your attention. I could say a few words about the topics we talked about in Secor a year ago.
Yes.
And what happened to those topics, anytime you think it fits the agenda.
Yeah, I think this would fit with the active RG documents item.
Well, it's not. I mean, so in the Secor work, we did a brainstorming and we listed a slide of topics.
Yes.
And so one of the, I mean, a couple of those belongs to the RG, active RG work, but there are also some other topics. It could be just interesting to see what happened to those topics and which topics have not progressed and which is done and so on.
Yeah, so we will just extend this item to go beyond active RG documents.
Okay.
That works for you.
And when is that?
Well, if you look at the slide, can you see the slide?
Yes, I see the slide.
And this says we are going to do it this morning.
Active RG. Now I see it in the first 2 hours. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
So, Jürgen, have you uploaded some slides for your talk?
No, they are in progress.
Yes, that would also be good, but I was specifically talking to
someone else. Okay.
Jürgen Hong.
Hello.
Hello, Richard.
Hello.
Yes, actually I have slides now. For the exceptions.
Good. So I think we'll do the usual 4-minute wait.
Yeah.
People to come online.
Yeah, I saw Göran there for a moment, but disappeared.
Well, you should still see him on the participant list. If you go to the topmost menu to the rightmost you can press, you get the participants list.
Right, I have to get used to the new interface. Yeah, now I see everyone there, yeah.
Yeah, Christian still is in a train, so he will join us very soon. I'm wondering where Laurent and my memory for names, the other guy, Renzo. Sorry, latency very high this morning. So I used the remaining 2 minutes to get a coffee. So we can use the last minute before starting for finding note takers. Marco can't run away, so he's in the room. Thank you, Marco. And I'm sure Ari will help.
Thanks a lot, Marco.
Okay, I sat down below the air conditioning outlet. I thought I had learned that, not to do that. Anyway, okay. So, welcome to the Think to Think Research Group meeting. So this is a somewhat unusual meeting because it's hybrid for the first time in a row. So some of us are sitting in the meeting room at the Prague Hilton, which was nicely provided to us. It's the IAB room, so it has all the wonderful things you can find in the meeting room, including a microphone setup that should get my audio quite audible. And people in the room can press the button to say something, and people outside the room do the usual Meet Echo participation thing. As usual, we are starting with a Node well. Here's my short summary of the Node well, which says you not only may be recorded, you actually will be recorded. And yeah, we try to be nice and we try to follow the IPR guidelines. So we actually are using similar guidelines to those of the IETF, but you can find the actual guidelines under HTTP. I hope there is an S now, IETF.org IPR. So Marco, if I find a bug on the slide, please just take note so we can fix it. So this is the official Nodewell slide that I should be using, but I think I'm mostly seeing people who have been around for a while. And for the others, there are some links here. And yeah, as you know, we are not making standards, so intellectual property rules might seem to apply less to us, but in the end, we want to do things that influence standards. So we have the same disclosure rules that the IETF uses. So if you're aware that any of your contributions is covered by patent claims, then you must disclose that. You only are obligated to disclose that if you're actually aware of that. I mean, you don't have to do a patent search through your organization. That's not meant here. But if you know something, you have to tell us, or you always can choose to not speak about that technology. Quick reminder that this is in the IETF meeting hotel, but we are not the IETF, we are the IRTF. So we have slightly different goals. We are not making standards, but we are participating in work that might influence or even lead to standards. So we try to take the longer term view, while the IETF then picks up issues that they are interested in and create shorter term working groups that do engineering and standards making. So if we agree on something here, this has absolutely no bearing on what will be standardized, but of course it's a good prerequisite. So RFC 7418 is good bedtime reading for this. Okay, let's quickly go through the administrivia. We have shared notes. If you look at the top of the screen, of the Meet Echo screen, you can see a piece of paper with a pen on top of it that allows you to look at the notes. You can also put them up in a separate window, and Marco just put the link in the chat as well. We have a Meet Echo chat, which is if you press the leftmost button in the top button row, you get on the left side of your screen, so you know what's being chatted. We have a mailing list, of course. If you haven't subscribed to that yet, please do that. And we have a repository, a GitHub repository for this meeting, where we collect things like the agenda and slides. Of course, the slides should be in the data tracker as well, but it's sometimes good to have the more detailed record in the GitHub repository. So take a screenshot of this if you want to use this. In particular, you can find the slides that I'm talking to in that repository as well, I hope.
Yes.
Good. Yeah, so what is the Think2Think research group doing? A couple of new participants, so let me quickly remind people of that. We are really interested in open research issues that have been created by Internet of Things becoming a reality. And when we say true, then we really mean using as much of the Internet architecture and approaches to doing things as possible, because we want to use the Internet as the existing Internet as a resource while building the Internet of Things. And what changes for the Internet is that we now have low resource nodes, which we sometimes call things or constrained nodes. Things is not necessarily a constrained node, but a constrained node is a node that actually has to work with little resources that maybe is powered from a battery. And we still want this to be able to communicate with other low resource nodes and with the wider internet, like a weather forecast for your thermostat. This is still a pretty large area, so we scope this in on issues that are opportunities for IETF standardization or actually have been caused by IETF standardization. So for instance, we had an interesting bout of amplification attacks that we have looked at, and we're trying to learn things for new standards. And we are doing this full stack. So we start at the IP adaptation layer, something that the 6low working group does on the engineering side. And we end at the application layer with architectures and APIs and even data management functions, and particularly security, because security is the most important enabler to the IoT. Okay, so here's just an image where we have the IRTF layer. Well, it's not a layer. Where we have the Think2Think research group. There are actually other research groups that do interesting things. So for instance, we have a usable formal methods research group being proposed in a proposed state right now. So that might be providing some interesting research at some point. And on the other side, on the other layer, we have the IETF, which has various working groups, such as the core working group, two of the chairs of which are in this room, and the ASDF working group, which is engineering a format for IoT models and the convergence of those actually. And we have other working groups, LWIC, which has been shut down and mostly has been replaced by IoT Ops at this point. So they are not actually doing standards as much as documents that are useful to understand the standards we have. Okay, yeah, I skip that and then go to the agenda slide. So we haven't really met in person for a long time. We have had interims that were fully online for a while, and this is the first opportunity to meet in person. And it's just too bad that some of that we have some weather-related dropouts here. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to talk about security, but before we do that, in the next couple of minutes, we will have a look at something that actually would fit on this afternoon's agenda. But when we have afternoon, it's already late night in Korea. So we're going to take this presentation first and maybe have a little bit of a discussion about self-description of classes and instances. So I have a couple of slides I want to show before that. And then we move to the actual morning topic, which is security topics. If Christian manages to escape his train in time, he will talk about the raytime proposal. And we have a number of active research group documents, and Göran will also talk about activities that we discussed on the security side and that we want to look at where they are at the moment and whether they need a boost or we maybe don't want to continue them. So we are planning a lunch break for about 12 to 13:30. All times here, of course, are Central European times, so subtract 1 hour for world time. And then in the afternoon, whatever overflow we have from the security discussion of the morning. And then we will look at secure discovery. Again, we had a good discussion of that in the May interim, but I think we have learned a little bit since then. So I have a few slides that I can talk to, and Ari has dug out security considerations from the W3C thing description activity that pertain to safe descriptions, which of course are a major part of secure discovery. And maybe we can talk a little bit more about safe description for a while, and then we'll have a coffee break. And so if you want a coffee, just join us here. We have some. The last slot will be the non-IP cluster. I think we all understand that you cannot build an Internet of Things without admitting non-IP nodes, and we have discussed this in many ways, at least since 2016 in various proposals, but we haven't really collected all the architectural components that we need for that. So we will first hear a talk from Elliot Lear about the NIPSI work, forgot non-IP something, and which is going on in the IETF, or is proposed for the IETF. And we have a number of documents that have been submitted to the research group early on that also raise those non-IP issues. So the whole agenda is not so much based on presentations, it's based on discussions. So we have avoided the urge to fill it up to the brim with presentations. Instead, we have relatively few presentations and relatively large amount of space for discussions. And that's why this agenda is very mushy, because we don't know how long these discussions will take. So are there any administrivia type questions? Okay, so let's jump into the first agenda item. As I said, we have a talk that is outside the schedule that we have come up with. So I need to give the introductory slides right now. So we will revisit the whole area of safe descriptions this afternoon. But I would like to just seed a few terms here that we can use to discuss what's going on right now. So in the IETF, an activity that kind of was sparked by the early participation of Think2Think research group in the 1DM activity, that has come to fruition. So we now have a almost completed document for the semantic definition format, and that defines classes. It defines models that apply to a number of things out there, and models that are not really concerned with the specific features of any one of them, but that define a class. So a class, in the sense that I'm trying to use this term here, simply describes a set of instances by listing some constraints, or something we know about all these instances of the class that they have in common. So all temperature sensors of a specific class have a way to read the temperature. So good morning, Elliot. Good morning. So the idea is to have a model that describes all the temperature sensors that comply with the model by listing the things we want these devices to do. And in SDF specifically, we are focusing on the affordances. So what is it that you actually can do on the digital side of the thing? Which digital virtual buttons can you press? What sensors can you read, and what actions can you start, and what events is the thing going to tell you? And of course, one way to handle specific instances is just to fill in this model some more and increase the constraints. So some properties of the device that in the actual class are integers, you would narrow down and say, well, this instance actually has a 57 there. It's not a random arbitrary integer anymore. It's a specific value. So that's one way to look at making instances from classes. You just take the class and refine the constraints so that you in the end actually have a description that fits exactly that instance. Now that is probably going to give you much of what you get from an instance model, but I think it's losing something because it's not really modeling the fact that this instance actually is an instance of a class, and not the constraint class, but the original class. So an instance actually is, it's not just something potential like in a class. A class gives you the potential to have many instances, but an instance actually is different from a class in that it actually exists, or it used to exist, or it will exist, but it has some identity to it. And I'm using the term identity in the identity management term. So identity is a synonym for a set of attributes, but we are not using the term identity unless we actually expect those attributes to contribute to the identity. So we wouldn't say the temperature reading belongs to the identity of a temperature sensor because that changes all the time, but the serial number might, or the class it actually conforms to. If we pull in the identity concept, and I think we need to do that for instances, we get all identity considerations. So the whole disclosure thing, we will talk about selective disclosure later today, but the whole disclosure thing becomes very different for instances than for classes. It's often public knowledge that you can buy a particular temperature sensor from some organization, but which particular temperature sensor you use, or whether you have one, or maybe a blood sugar sensor, that gets a little bit more sensitive then. So you have to have all these identity considerations, including directed identity, which means you tell different peers different identities, which sounds spooky, but it's actually an important part of an identity system. and things like linkability. So can information about the instance be used in different contexts to link interactions it has had over time. Okay, and instances actually are created and destroyed. Well, they may not be destroyed in a digital sense, because they may just fall down a drain or something. So maybe garbage collection is actually another appropriate paradigm here. But I think more importantly, instances are created, and that creation process often is a very important thing, and much of the creation process actually is concerned with security. But I think another interesting aspect about instance creation is that instances have creation parameters. So in the simplest case, all these parameters are just copied down to instance attributes. But in reality, they often go into some processing before they become instance attributes. So for instance, node may be created with some link to a mothership. And then when we actually create that instance as a member of a particular community, then that mothership link is used to actually run an onboarding protocol, and that leads to instance attributes such as a public key that becomes part of the identity. So we probably have to think about instance creation as a process that even may require its own modeling. And one other observation is that, in particular for constrained things, some of these parameters may live in a digital twin only. So the device may not know which budget it was acquired from and which asset management category it belongs and things like that. But that is information you want to have in your digital twin, or more generally the infrastructure that you have that supports this thing on the digital side, for instance, by doing a twin. So that's the terminology I wanted to bring up. And given that we said twin a few times now, I think it may be a good time to lead over to the next talk we will have by Hyunjung Lee. I hope I'm saying this correctly. So Hyunjung, if you can take over.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Karls.
Carsten, just say
I don't know, I pronounce well. My name is Hyunjung Lee. You pronounce very well. And hello, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time to present here.
So do we have slides from you in the system?
Okay. I'd like to share my slide.
Yeah, you usually share the preloaded slides. Can you do that, or should I do that? No. Yeah, give me a second. I need to go through an extremely complicated sequence of button presses. Which does not give you the full name, so you have no idea what you are doing, which is, what's it called? Extended information of, yeah, so this one here. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Can you hear me well?
Yes, very well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's start again. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time to be present here. My name is Hyunjung Lee from actually in South Korea. My interest area is digital twin. Since I'm the product leader of ISO 23247 Part 3 for digital twin manufacturing, and I'm the editor of IETF-T2TRG-20231103-0900 and Y.4605 for Digital Twin Federation, which will be published soon. Let's start to describe the extended information of semantic definition format for digital twin. Please, next slide. Okay, this is the background. The SDF is a format to describe things. We want to use SDF to represent things or objects as digital twins, or we want to represent things represented in SDF as digital twins. Currently, as far as we know, there is no location information for things in the SDF. Therefore, we propose adding location information, SDF location, to SDF. Next page, please. Okay. This is the location information we propose. Location is the one of the important information to specify an object as a digital twin. The role and the property for an object is dependent on the location. But so we propose SDF location, which is need to represent the thing in the right place in the digital world. Next slide, please. This is what we propose. This is the base document, ISO 23247, Part 3. The table shows the information attributes for things. We call it observable manufacturing element in manufacturing area. The table is taken from ISO 23247, Part 3, Digital Twin Framework for Manufacturing. Part 3, digital representation of manufacturing elements. I'm the project leader of this standard, and 8 kinds of objects are represented using this kind of table. The 8 kinds of objects are personnel, equipment, material, process, facility, environment, product, and supporting document. These kind of objects are used in the manufacturing area, but we know that the objects can be used other area, or the other objects can be used this kind of used for our digital twin manufacturing framework. Only different for each industrial area is objects and things. So the 8 kinds of objects are very general objects, I think. Next slide, please. This is an example of personnel. The table shows the example of information attributes for personnel. The location information can be GPS coordinates, postal address, or ISO 6709, or relative location, as shown in the table. So the example for the person is operator number 1 is located in open unit number 3, which is located in 50 centimeters away from the robot number 2, things like that. We can use the location information, things like that, for the personnel. Next slide, please. This is the purpose of this draft. We propose to specify the extension information of SDF to represent the location information of an object or thing as a digital twin. The table 1 shows the qualities of SDF location. I think it can be used for SDF as for the location information. The quality is location type, target, description, label, property, and comments. Next slide, please. This is the SDF location example in my proposal. So the left side is the format, and the right side is the example of object. So we can describe the object or things like that. Next slide, please. This is the conclusion and future plan. We propose to add SDF location to SDF model. And as you see in the figure, so SDF location can be located in the level of SDF property, SDF event, and SDF action, and SDF location, things like that. And if you agree, we can provide more information to represent an object or things as data twin. Thank you. Do you have any question?
Thank you for this very quick overview of the proposal. So we have time for questions and some discussion. Go ahead.
I can join the queue. So this is Ari Keren. Thanks a lot for this proposal. I think it's very interesting, and thanks a lot for crossing the bridges between different standards organizations. That's also very, very useful. I think I agree on the basic proposal, as like this location information is very useful for digital twins. And I do agree it makes a lot of sense for us to standardize some vocabulary. How do we express this information also with SDF? One thing I was wondering if where to put this vocabulary on. And now the current proposal is to have a new, I don't know if we should call it affordance type or what's the right term for SDF location. I guess in the SDF design, we try to minimize the amount of entities on that level. There is proposal for this SDF relation for adding additional information for different affordances, for example. So one way to look at it would be like, can we use that framework for describing this information? And for example, make the location information a property that is then properly annotated with SDF relation. But then this goes kind of more in the mechanics on how do we design it in the SDF. But I do, as I said, I do like the idea of having this information available and having the vocabulary that we could figure out what's the right way to structure it.
Okay, thank you. So looking at this diagram, actually, I think is very helpful. So if you look at the other three, what do we call them? Affordance types, property, event, action. These are interactions you can do to a thing on the digital side. So it's not the physical side that is being described by these affordances, it's the digital side. And I think what you propose here for SDF location may actually be the first case where we actually see a need to describe something on the physical side. So the location obviously is not a digital concept, it's actually a very physical concept. And I think that's basically a very good thing to do. We would need to understand how well the concept of a digital affordance transfers into the concept of a physical affordance, where the actual interaction that is described by the location is something like walking up to it, and it's not yet saying I actually have a physical button, which is also maybe a very interesting physical concept. So I think this is interesting. It's an extension of the model that may go beyond just location as a physical property. And clearly, what I have said about instances, that they have some attributes that go beyond the class that applies to in this case as well. Because obviously, if you have a temperature sensor that gets a location by somebody physically carrying it to a place, so that's kind of the creation process, actually recording the place where that thing has been moved to and is now expected to operate. So I think that's one part that I'm interested in. So let me switch to this table here. I think the specifics here maybe are something we can discuss. So in the IETF, we have a number of standards that relate to physical locations, which may or may not be useful. I haven't done the research yet to ascertain that. So of course, there are some things like description and comment and label that are just very, very generic and might apply to anything. But location type, target, and property are most likely things that we would like to align with the requirements of the various applications of SDF. So SDF was built by looking at ecosystem modeling mechanisms and trying to extract a common understanding out of those. And that's something we probably want to do in particular with also considering existing IETF standards like GeoPriv for location information. Now, GeoPriv was really made for location of people, which is another interesting part of your talk, that you have similar attributes that apply to things and to people, and you probably don't mean the actual people, but the workplace properties that a person that takes a particular role in operating this thing that person takes. So it's a slightly different thing from describing the location of a person. But I think at least we can use somewhat related thinking. Niklas.
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, thank you. So thanks, Jung, for presenting this work and sort of taking us in a new, interesting direction. And as Ari and Carsten said, I mean, this is very interesting stuff. And both Carsten and Ari already had good comments on this. One thing that I was thinking about, because this is what we have here, is model for describing location of a thing that's in a particular location, so one thing that we need to think of is, of course, to how do these map to things that actually move around, for instance, or where the kind of the location and the properties and the actions can be sort of connected to each other. And of course, this is I understand where you're coming from, and I understand the kind of the use case in this case. But before maybe we bring it in, it would perhaps be good to discuss these things and to have a sort of physical representation as a wider, to look at that sort of that space of representation. To try to find out, what can really happen with these things, because obviously one important part with SDF is that it's rather abstract, and they shouldn't be able to map to different particular other languages or other representations. So I think we need to cover more than just a sort of a basic location. But this is absolutely a really good start, and I think with this contribution, you made a good sort of pointing us in yet another very interesting point of work. So thanks a lot for presenting this. This was more a comment than a question. So, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. And I agree with you, with Carlson, that location is physical information, but however, on object location information is required to ensure that is represented in the appropriate location in the digital twin. Table 1 may be changed based on your comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments or questions?
So I think this will require some thinking. So I expect we will pick this up again on one of our next interims. So this I wanted to take the opportunity to get this going, and Niklas is probably now going to say that we have a short slot in the ISTF meeting as well. Niklas, go ahead.
Yes, you are reading my mind. Yes, I forgot to say, we have a short slot on this in the ASTF meeting on Monday, where so you will only have 5 minutes to present this, and so obviously just bring the overall idea to give us a food of thought for the rest. But as Karsten said, I think we will need to discuss this at some interim coming up later, because this is really interesting direction, and I think we need to address this topic. But anyway, there's a 5 minute on this on the ASTF. The reason why it's so short is because we need to have time to discuss the potential recharter. So, but thank you, and hope to see everybody on Monday in the ASTF group. Thanks.
So is there anything we can give Jan Jung as proposal for further development of this draft? What is the next thing that should be done here to make this as useful as possible? Are there any ideas in this room, virtual or physical? Sorry.
Yeah, I think the direction I'd be interested to explore is to reuse the current framework more instead of defining this SDF location affordance. That, like, yeah, for example, could it be SDF property with SDF relations annotated? And if not, is there something missing that we could extend? That would be interesting direction, I think would make sense looking at. And for that, maybe a bit more information on what kind of information will there be. You had in the slides, I think, nice examples already. I'll check them out more closely, but more information, like what kind of location information will there be? How would they look like? And we could then give a try with the current framework if we can actually expand that information sufficiently well. I think that would be a good first step, in my opinion.
Thank you. And as you see in the table 1 in ISO 23247 part 3, I think the idea is already described as IP address, things like that, and characteristics like property, SDF property, and schedule and status can be described as SDF property, I think. And Larry already suggested the relationship. So I think location is only missed in the SDF. So we suggest the location information. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And then maybe kind of related to Niklas's point, is this information typically static or dynamic? As in, like, how frequently do you see these things changing? Is it something that would change, let's say, in every minute or every year? Because I think like the GPS coordinates could be changing very frequently.
It depends on the application. So some application needs per minute. So some application needs per hour, things like that. So the change of the location is dependent on the application. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Because then I wonder if it would make sense to separate two different kind of information. One that is very static, like, and it would make sense to be constant values in STF, whereas the other one is more dynamic and then it's more affordance type that you could query on demand. That could be another direction that we could explore for this class of information.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I don't feel well. Generally, if we have a class of information, location is one where you're not. What does it mean to have something that is configured versus something that is what we would call, like in Yang, stateful information, right? You probably don't want to have operational state information is what I was aiming for. I don't see how you could have both. And what happens if they disagree?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Probably I would have in my STF, this thing is in Europe, and then you'd have more details on the affordance. That level that you could believe would be relatively static, okay, on this planet. But yeah, very very good point. So that will maybe hint towards making it property instead of static information.
Yeah, I think an example that may be useful for thinking about this is, since this is about manufacturing, let's think about the manufacturing ship. So you have ships that take fish caught and start manufacturing processes while still out in the sea. And that ship, of course, has a changing GPS coordinate all the time. But also the specific item that is installed in that ship has very well-defined relative location properties, which is on this slide. So I think that is already foreseen in a way. And similarly, if I have a phone, this phone has very varying location information, but it's supposed to be relatively close to me. If it isn't, then something is seriously wrong. So I can describe its relative location with much more certainty than, the desired state, the configured state, as we would say in Yang. That is pretty well defined. So I think that's a really interesting taxonomy we are starting to build here. You still have your hand up?
Yeah, just one other point. And I'm sure our presenter has come across this, excuse me, which is the devices themselves may not have the capability to understand where their location is, right? But may want to know. So that, in terms of the information flow, you could definitely see this one going in both directions.
Yeah, so some of the instance information actually will have to live on a twin and not on the thing. So I'm using the word twin loosely as its echo in the digital virtual world, and we are not currently able to model that at all in STF. Niklas.
In the digital twin area, we define the things as observable manufacturing element. Observable means that we can get the data for each device or things from the sensors or devices or written document, things like that. So we can get the data, including location, from some kind of material, sensors or other device, other things. That's our point. Thank you.
Niklas?
Yeah. So I mean, thinking more about this, I remember there was a bunch of years ago. There was at one IETF. I don't know if it was a things to things research group meeting or a Wishy meeting or the same thing, talking about this kind of IoT device context or something like that. A way of describing where your device is, where your thing is, and I'm not quite sure. I haven't thought about it for many years, but there were, and obviously there are already ways to, other standards. So this is from digital twins, certainly from manufacturing, in the building automation industry or sort of real estate. There is other data models for describing location in a house or in a, your temperature sensor is there and so on. I was just thinking, I don't really remember what happened or if there was any follow-up, because there were comparison of various like BACnet and so on, how they described where a thing is located. So key thing being that I guess that whatever we do here in this space, it needs to be possible to map to different kinds of end user ecosystems, right? Just like our SDF can map to various data models for IoT, mapping temperature to OMA or to Matter. But it's the same thing here, that you should be able to map the kind of the location data to whatever is sort of realistic. And maybe this is used in all systems. I don't know. But it's absolutely quite interesting topic, and I think it's kind of, what I understand at least, one of these kind of underdeveloped things that would be good if somebody addressed. So yeah, let's think more about this. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks, Niklas. So I think we had some interesting discussion. We can maybe watch what the ASDF group does with that on Monday, and then come up with a plan of what we should be doing on this side, and how this actually might interact with any plans that the ASDF group has for rechartering in the future. But it's definitely an item that we want to continue to watch. Okay, thank you for presenting this, Yunjong. And we are then going to the next item on the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I have to press which button? I have to press this button and go to the chair slides again. I could have used switch deck. There's a new feature called switch deck, which I should be using. Remind me to do that. Okay, so this is the agenda. The next item we have is wait time. I think the slides are in the repository. Can you present them yourself?
Yes, thank you.
You need to switch on your microphone or we won't hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, this is on. Let me switch. Ask to share slides.
Is that for us, by the way?
Henry?
The drinks, are those?
Yes.
All for us, so go crazy. Shares slides, please.
Yes.
I'll need someone to acknowledge this.
So where do I do that? Ah, that's the place where I do this.
Ah. Okay. So this is something that really came out of applications of writing examples with customers. In various projects, I've run across the issue that people expect to have deployments of constrained devices like anywhere where they may not have connectivity, but they still also want to use all those nice security mechanisms that we use on the internet and generally generally work well. So the gist of all of this document is that if a clock possibly loses power, and there are credentials that have some expiry time, and there is no connectivity, then the user is in a dilemma. They can either reject credentials if they are time limited and they don't have a reliable source of time, or they can try to do something else. And rejecting them is definitely the safe thing to do in terms of security, but it might not be the safe thing in terms of application reliability, because you might be quite far out of any accessibility and of any reachability in those situations. So the power limits. The example that I like to have here is that when you're maintaining a data logger somewhere in a remote mountain valley, then you were commissioned with a kind of you were given some credentials that work with your maintenance device, possibly just your cell phone. You walk up there, you have a token that is valid for that time, but the sensor there might have lost track of time and is being reconfigured to some extent. And it can't be sure that whatever it is, that the credentials are valid right now. It could, and many of those sensors do have some GPS kind of sensor that gives it, say, operational time, but that time is probably not good enough for authentication, because that time source is relatively easy to forge, especially when you're in physical proximity. So what this document tries to do is to give an overview of what you can do if you do not want to go for the fail-safe, or rather fail-secure option, but if you want to do this best effort time thing. So what can you do? You can limit the sources of time that you actually accept. In particular, you could only limit them to, in the context of ACE, your authentication server, because that is the clock that's really relevant for you, and maybe that clock is not even set as seconds from January 1st, 1970. You can increment the clock as long as you have as your RTC is running, and technically that's about it. But the hard part here is to describe this in such a way that people who might be using this understand what the consequences are of doing this. And that's, I think, the main part of this document, apart from dispelling a few illusions of how else you could do it. I mean, what, for example, comes up time and again in those things is, well, you could do certificate revocation and checking whether the token is still valid. But that, in any situation in which you can do that, in that situation you can also do proper clock synchronization. So this is really about the completely offline cases. And I think that's everything that I'd like to say here. Before asking two questions, A is, like, does anyone around have more input than I've already thankfully received on the mailing list on, like, projects that have run into this and possibly, as was the case already, documented some of this in early versions of drafts and then chose not to go into any more detail here? And the other question is, like, is T2TRG even a place to discuss this? Thank you.
So you haven't disclosed why this is called ray time.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. The time, the information that a device that does this generally has is that it's at least this point in time or any later point in time. So this can be used to decide that a certificate, it has certainly expired. You can observe that it may or may not still be valid, but if there are any claims in there that, such as, like, not valid before, those can reasonably be evaluated. But then again, those are not typically found in situations where you deploy a device somewhere. So if the device plots its state of possible times, that is array on the timeline and not an interval.
Ellie.
Thanks for the presentation. Did you look at rough time?
Yes, but rough time interacts with others that are to some extent trusted. So taking from rough time, the best you could do is ask that local device to give you a rough time, and maybe if there are two around, ask both of those but the assumption is that those are attackers. So, yeah.
Jöran.
Yeah, good morning. Hi, Christian. I think this is valuable work. I wonder, is it instructions? I mean, the purpose. I haven't read it. I'm glancing it through. Is it basically it's instructions for someone to handle the situation?
Yeah.
Best practice.
Yeah, it's a bit of instructions and a lot of why can't you? A bit of instructions, a bit of why can't you do anything else, and a bit of what are the consequences security-wise.
Yeah. Sounds like it should be documented somewhere besides, and also reviewed, of course. So yeah, I'm in favor of finding a place for this.
Good topic to work on. Hard.
Yeah, so I actually have been supervising a PhD thesis which has a nice section about this subject. So I know it's interesting. We have another document, which is the 7228 bis document that is trying to provide a taxonomy of time-related capabilities of a device. And I think that would be something that really could benefit from some input from your document. I'm actually wondering whether this should go into 7228 bis. We have a little problem with that document because it was an LWIG document and LWIG is gone. And it's not quite clear where to put it. I would, of course, say, yeah, pull it into the research group. Unfortunately, both research group chairs are authors on that. So that doesn't help. So Colin would have to do all the
IETF-T.
IETF-T. What did I say?
Maybe in IETF-T.
Yeah, IETF-T is another possibility. Yeah, it's not that easy to put something in there, but that was what I was proposing, and maybe we should be more forceful in doing that. So essentially what I would like to get is first of all, a taxonomy of what a device can do. And since the subject is so complicated with time, actually it's going to be as complicated with location. But time is the fourth coordinate of location, of course. So it may be useful to have some appendixes in 7228 bis that describe some of this terminology that we are proposing in more detail. So that might be one way of handling this, or we could make it a separate document. I'm pretty open to that, but I really think that defining the terms properly and documenting the implications of making a specific decision and stop saying that something is secure without saying what are the objectives that you're keeping secure and what are the limitations of that security. That would be useful. Good. So I think we have good support for this document. It may be a little bit early to ask for a research group adoption, in particular, if you don't know where it ultimately will come in. But it's definitely something that would be on the list for doing that. So there is no data tracker stage for saying research group is watching, but maybe we should include that at some point. Good. So there's another topic for discussion at an interim. Anything else we can do with that at the moment? Any other working groups maybe we want to interface with? I mean, there's of course NTP and precision time protocol and so on, but these are on the other end of the spectrum. So yeah. We are talking about the end where you know much less than you want to know and have to make decisions based on incomplete and uncertain information. Okay, I think we are through with that item. So let's go back to the agenda. Need to remember the slide number 10. So the next thing we wanted to do is go through the active documents and then go on to the security topics that we have on our agenda. So let's first look at the active documents. So interestingly, the active documents are on security issues. So ignore the anything but the first bullet item on this slide, sorry. So we have a document on amplification attacks. We have a document on initial security setup that has been called bootstrapping for nearly a decade. And we have inherited it, but it's starting to get very interesting. And we have a very, very specific document, another taxonomy document that gives us terms for talking about instance creation processes, to use the terminology of this morning, for devices being manufactured that need keys, both for describing the device itself and for describing trust anchors that this device is going to derive authorization information from. So shall we quickly go through the three documents? Do we have any authors on this call? I think we don't.
Yeah, I'm involved in attacks on co-op, but I have to admit that I haven't found time to even track where we currently are with this document. Sorry.
Yeah, so can you, this is a big subject, can you describe what the current focus of this document is?
I could maybe chip in a little bit here.
Sure.
So basically what we did in this draft is that we had an original draft in core looking at attacks where attacks could be made on co-op secured interactions and with co-op secured, sort of with the help of co-op, so to speak. And we tried to separate those issues, and so there is one attacks on co-op in core, and there is this draft which is looking at amplification attacks specifically and what could happen if you design things in a bad way. And we think we are pretty done with this draft. What we'd like to do is to add some more mitigation. So it's basically describing various kinds of amplification attacks relevant in this context. And so, as I said, we need to add some mitigations, and then I think it's ready for review and last working group last call, research group last call. Sorry. There is also, we also need to, I mean, we intended to make include the mitigations before submission, but we didn't have time to do so, and unfortunately it has also expired. But that's no intentional means of taking it out of the study. It's just a way of just an expression for our inability to complete the tasks on time. Any questions about this? The progress through this or the content?
Okay, so yeah, that often happens with research group documents, that they get pushed on the back burner because something is happening before the submission deadline. But it's good to hear that there is active work on that, and I hope the authors will be able to put in some more work there because, well, first of all, CoAP has been accused of being an attack platform, and of course, people love saying that about everything. So maybe I don't care too much. But there was actually a couple of years when this was actually done a lot because there were products out there that were not correctly configured, and it's important to have a document. So Christian,
just on the topic of being used, we do have the mitigation out there already. We just lack the proper description of what precisely it mitigates.
Yeah, to what extent you can mitigate. Some things are hard to mitigate, but yes, there are mechanisms that we like to document and describe better in the draft. Okay, thanks.
So which slide should I refresh the slides?
Well, question to you, Göran. Did you want to show your SecCore slides?
Yeah, I tried to upload them somewhere.
What's the name?
I haven't managed because I didn't have the button, so I couldn't upload them. So I sent them to you in a chat message, Ari.
Yes.
Did you find them?
I think I put them on Data Tracker. But
okay, then we are done. It should be something like what's the name of the slide? Pre-IETF-T2TRG SecCore-20231103.
Panel.
Should I do something like?
Yeah, just give us a sec. It's probably the Data Tracker renames things. So.
You can tap in for a few minutes. We figure it out.
Okay, I'll just wait then. Sounds good.
Okay, maybe. Well, it's definitely on the GitHub. So.
Or I can share my screen, I suppose.
Yeah,
just the document.
Go and share your screen, which is what we're not trying to do, but.
And where is the share my? Okay, here. Ask to share slides. Ask to share screen. Am I sharing the actual whole screen now?
You get to choose that.
Can I choose just sharing a document? I don't have anything. So
depends on your browser. If you use Chrome, you can choose between sharing the screen, sharing an application, or sharing a tab.
I will share the screen here. It should be. Here we are. Now I can actually select something. Preview.
Okay. Brilliant.
Firefox may not be able to. Okay. Sorry.
So I can now try that again if it's difficult for you. Let me try again.
Okay, I'm just done, I think.
Yeah, now it works. Thank you.
Okay. See now, can I make this full screen? Maybe it doesn't have to be. Okay, you can see the slides, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, we had once upon a time, or a few of us actually. I was holding the pen, so I had this idea that we should discuss the research-related questions for security in core, and we called it SecCore, which happens to mean dry or something like that in Italian. And since we were promoting the war in Ukraine, I took this. Sorry, we were not promoting the war in Ukraine. Let's stop this. That was the reason for this slide. Next one. How do I go to the next one? Can I flip now? I should be able to flip.
You are sharing your screen. I cannot manipulate your screen.
Oh, that's a disappointment. What have you done? What's your security role here, Carsten? Okay. So what happened? Well, formally, it didn't have very much, but the topics we identified. So we did some brainstorming activities, and we talked about them in the T2TRG. And the topics, I mean, many of the topics were not most of the topics were things already started, and so we didn't have a role in creating them. Some were actually generated by the discussion, but this was mainly sort of a discussion. What are the security topics which we are missing in IETF and elsewhere? So what I plan to do today is basically go through the topics as they were listed when we did the last activity in this, the last exercise in this activity, and then see what happened to them. And maybe we can have a little time to identify new topics at the end, and then discuss what we should do with this activity. How long time do I have? It's only 3 slides, so it should be pretty quick, just for my information.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of discussion time. So if you think
okay,
some merits discussion, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure it does, but let's see. Okay, great. Let's start. So we, as I already mentioned, we had this attack work, which was individual drafts, and what happened to those is that one of them is adopted in core, and the other is the one we talked just about. So that turned out nicely. Then we had a work about tunneling in co-op. This had already started, but it was not really clear where this would go. This was the OSCOR capable proxies, and I realize now it's missing. So this is recently adopted in core. That also progressed nicely. And one part separated out is the onion co-op, I suppose. Can someone confirm?
It's not in OSCOR capable proxies anymore, but on the agenda for today.
Exactly. Yeah, that was what I wanted to say. So one part of what was originally in this draft is already a separate draft, which we're going to talk about. Okay, and then there are a few drafts which I don't know the status of. Secure context transfer. What's happening to that? Or is that not happening?
Security context transfer is like the security properties of that are part of the naming discussion that we also have later here. Transport indication is still active, but yeah, that's work in progress.
Okay.
So do you plan to progress this in core, or is that
transport indication itself, I think, would make sense to progress in core. The related aspects of naming might fit well here.
Okay.
Transport indication is actually a working group document, so it's really draft IETF core.
Okay.
Yeah,
we already
so
had
that should be well settled. Okay,
good. Thanks for keeping us up to date, Marco, with what's actually happened. So good. So that's then that this original work was split into two. One in core and one is living on here then. Or that's at least Christian's proposal.
So we at some point we probably need something like a set of objectives we have for naming. So we can do the right thing here. Am I getting this properly, Christian? So he's nodding.
Yes.
Okay. So do you want to just talk anything more about this now? Is there any other discussion going on in this meeting, or do you want to mention anything now on progress of this work, or whether it's being waiting for something else?
Transport indication is in this weird state where this well, like the simple things it can do and the complex things I think it can do, but it will need, I think it will need a pair of eyes to A, verify that it actually does that, and B, will need some kind of decision on where to scope that. So like where does it stop? And the naming discussion today is probably helpful there.
Okay, thanks. Oh, by the way, is this the wrong level? Should we talk about what these topics actually are rather than the sort of draft? Are people interested in what efficient and secure tunneling, or is that? Oh, sorry, that comes back later, and now we talked about this one. So, or do we need to bring more background to these topics rather than just the bullet?
So if you have some good presentation material for bringing this in, sure, we should do that, but maybe really go through the topics first so we have an overview of what we should do. And if you have a specific comment on the transport indication issue, that'd be great.
Okay, let's go through the topics and then see if we can. I mean, I would then lean on Christian for that, but there might be other topics where I can fill in some things. So the final topic on this slide is the non-traditional responses. So is that Carsten or Christian I should ask? What's going on in that?
Well, we clearly have recognized in the core groups this as something that we want to write up, mostly because we are populating the various places on this chessboard with other documents, and it would be good to have a single document that brings the concerns about that together. So much security in the IETF is about message security, which is certainly important. But what we often need is transaction security. So we have a sequence of messages that need to be kept together to actually perform a secure transaction. And the non-traditional response form is essentially a way to describe how this transaction is formed, and where a request that is never actually sent over the wire might come from, and so on. So yeah, I think this could move to the research group, because it's really just trying to provide a taxonomy and coordinates for the various response formats. Probably, but the current draft actually has some normative contents, and we have to find out whether we actually need them or whether they're possibly already covered by the other documents we have. So that's probably a discussion we should have after preparing a little bit more for it. But thank you for bringing this up.
Thank you. You were breaking up a little bit, Carsten. Am I also breaking up? Is it on my side or?
Very shortly, very occasionally, but right now
Okay.
you're sounding great.
Okay, good.
Well, I think I'm on an Ethernet. Maybe I should just switch off my Wi-Fi to make sure that is actually true. Yes.
Yeah, it's probably on my side. Okay, so those were first slide, second slide on topics. So we had this work on key limits and key update. This is really an all core thing. I don't know if we need to talk about it now. Just mention that.
Yeah, quick question.
Yeah.
Okay. So we now have a core document on key limits. Okay.
So yeah, I mean that's, and I think Richard can speak more about this. But just mentioning that there were a couple of topics brought into this draft from the beginning, and one was the actual key update procedure for OSCORE, very very efficient and with forward security. And the key limits were separate discussion, which based on actually a CFRG draft. And the interesting thing is now that there's some research results on key limits for AEADs in general, which will have an impact both on the CFRG draft and this one. So waiting a little bit on that. And there's a third component which also can be broken out from key update. But I think I'm taking Richard's core presentation now. So I don't know if we need to talk about more now, or you can wait until core meeting.
Because in the crew.
Yeah, just a quick comment on that. So we don't have a plan to present this during core this time.
Okay.
As as we discussed in the past with you also, Göran, that we know there's some feedback coming both to the CFRG document that we're basing this limits document on, and so we're awaiting that for before doing further updates, basically. But yeah, essentially, it's like you said, Göran, we split the old kudos, the old score key update document. We split out the limits part, so that's a standalone document. But we haven't submitted a new version for this iteration, and we're awaiting update to CFRGs because we don't want to kind of invent our new things. We want to base this on what's happening in CFRG and input from elsewhere, of course. So I will be presenting the key update document during core, but not the limits document.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the reason we have the split is that we think we can progress key update more quickly than the limits discussion with. It does require some research and interfacing with that. So I think we are on the safe side. The question is just whether the research group can take a specific thing out of this context, but maybe that's not really necessary because we have CFRG on one end and core on the other end.
Yeah, I mean, our plan is to follow what's happening in CFRG and then update this document accordingly. And of course, this document, the limits one, here we're focusing specifically on OSCORE, while the CFRG one is more general.
Okay, thanks for the update. Next one is that this is.
Now you're gone. No audio. Well, maybe Marco can continue with that. Oh boy.
Can I take it, Göran?
Reload.
Yeah, reload is probably the best approach here. Then he has to set up all the screen sharing again. That's why I prefer slide sharing. Or maybe we can do slide sharing.
Now you can actually switch it.
So while we are waiting for you to reload, I try to switch on the slide sharing. So I first have to kill the slides. I cannot kill the slides. Yeah, thank you. And this was security something.
Oh, can you refresh that slide?
Yes. It's an incredible number of. Yeah, there it is.
Can you hear me?
Yes. I'm just trying to share your slides.
Great.
No.
I guess you have to on the previous screen. You have to move to the other segment.
It doesn't tell you the data.
Yeah, you have to go to the manage slides. Then share preferences. There.
I try to remember everything.
And there.
I have to press here. Yeah, okay. I mean, this is really trying to be a puzzle.
Yes.
Should I do it?
So the next question is, how do I actually give you control?
Yeah, it's not necessary.
Anyway, I'll move through the slides, so sorry about that.
Right. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Göran.
Right. We were on this. Yes, thanks. Okay, so here is a topic that we actually have not exploited elsewhere, but it's been some work on, and it's the firmware update. So the general problem here is looking at how firmware update, if you have, so there is a real example here where you have smart meters, tens of thousands of smart meters, and you need to update the firmware. And they are identical devices, so you just need to get the same copy to all of them. And there is some thoughts around using co-op group communication, which is kind of progressed. There's a storyline and some sketches by Marco. But I'm not sure they are quite ready yet for a big discussion, but there might be a side meeting at this IETF if people are interested. Marco, how should people show interest for this? Should they send an email to you, or should they raise their hands in the meeting?
Both. I think we need, at the very minimum, you, me, and Christian. And to be fair, this started, I think, 2 years ago now, and Christian bootstrapped it. So he suggested the first setup of building blocks to consider how to use them. And yeah, it's mostly things from core. Communication,
cool.
or multicast notifications, cacheable OSCORE, and a new use of multicast responses. Not 100% aligned with what we do in multicast notification, but still overlapping with that. So since then, we worked on this in a number of design team meetings mostly. We don't have a draft, but we have compiled very structured notes now. And last time we went on it, it was, I think, in the July meeting last year, where also Peter Blomqvist from Sony and Malisha attended and could see the proposal. And yeah, they gave also good feedback. Then we stopped. I think mostly Christian wanted to revisit the detail and check if it is convenient from different sides compared to alternatives and so on. So that's where we are. But I think it's about time to get into it again and make maybe a draft out of it. Why not? For T2TRG, if it fits.
So I think that there are two security issues here. One is authorizing the firmware update on the device. And I think that's something that Suit actually does. And the only difficult part of that is how to properly interface with Suit in a way that we don't have to copy around stuff a lot before the integrity checking there actually can take place. So I think that's kind of the easy part. The other is the attack on availability by making a node believe that they have a fragment of a firmware update they need to store in order to combine it with other fragments. And the attendant security issue that an attacker might disturb an ongoing upload process or download process, whatever, by inserting a fake fragment into an existing multicast delivery. And that requires some thinking, and it probably would be a good thing to make sure that we can use the security mechanisms we have for defending against that attack. So essentially means making sure that we can use OSCORE on this mode of non-traditional responses as well. So this is my view of the problem, but it may not be complete.
It's good points that we have to bring back in the discussion to have. And on the mapping with Suit, I think it's seamless on top of possible, because you may want to use the Suit envelope if you want to in your messages. And this focuses just on the actual distribution. So go for the Suit envelope if you want to.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that there are these niggly details like the one that forced CTR mode into the picture because they didn't want to do full AAD because the additional bytes would get in the way of reconstructing the firmware update. And I think you have to look very closely what motivated them to do this to avoid running into the same problem again.
Yes, something like that in a way is achievable also with what we have in mind, because Group OSCORE for a while has set the ground now for encryption algorithms without authentication. There are none registered in COSI yet to be used. But
I thought we did that.
Yeah, it's work in progress, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so that would be one that you may use in group mode because you have a signature on the message anyway.
Yeah, but then
Yep.
you run into the other
Sure.
availability problem
Sure.
that
Sure.
I pointed out. Okay, next in queue, Elliot.
Yeah. So I like the idea of separating the file transfer from activation. I think you sort of hinted at that. When Goran, when you were talking, what I was thinking about was, oh look, 50 million households just went down, right? And so one of the things that this is like the use case is scary, right? And the issue there that the security for this has to be really rock solid. And the devices that we're talking about are not the lowest power devices in the world, right? They have a power source, in fact, many of them. So they can afford to do a couple of operations.
Yeah, I mean, this is not about the very constrained setting necessarily. This is about saving the bandwidth and doing updates on time. So the example I gave about smart meters and 10,000 smart meters, the company that calculated this said, well, we will be able to do the smart. They couldn't do the updates during. I mean, they had to only a certain proportion of the bandwidth available because they couldn't disrupt traffic. So it was a matter of weeks or months before they could complete the security update. So it's a bit about, let's say that you have to make an update because of a security exploit, and this needs to happen pretty fast. But then again, yes, this obviously needs.
It wasn't about right. I wasn't making a comment about bandwidth, right? I was making a comment about device endpoint capabilities in terms of validation.
Yeah, and remember that there are not only electrical meters, there are also gas meters. I mean, these are going away due to something happening last year. But they will be around for another 5 or 10 years, so we have to make sure we can update them too. And they don't have electricity. They really don't want to have electricity.
Right. So it's not about the capacity of. I mean, it could be the capacity of the device, but not even if there is no problem with processing capacity, there is still the difficulty. I mean, the cost and as well the availability of bandwidth to be able to perform the task.
Sure. So a multicast mechanism is a perfectly reasonable approach to distribute this stuff, right? That's perfectly fine. But I think that the validation steps clearly have to be separated, right? You're not going. No meter should be installing a firmware that, for instance, isn't signed once it's all assembled. But to Carsten's point, if you have to validate the chunks in between, that introduces a new complexity. But these devices, at least the power meters, right, the electric power meters, certainly have that capability, or certainly have the capacity to have that capability.
Yeah, I think we're talking past each other. I completely agree. So it's not about omitting the signature or replacing the end-to-end signature. It's about, I think, if I understand Carsten's point right, is that we also need to be able to verify fragments.
Yeah, augmenting.
Exactly. Thanks.
Carsten, you mentioned that counter mode has been included somewhere in there. I didn't quite get where this was included. Could you point me to the right place? Is that in suit?
I will in a couple of minutes, but I don't remember. I just saw the designated expert request. I have to look it up. So that's really in progress. So yeah, so I wanted to point out that this may even go below CoAP. The multicast itself may be expensive. So we haven't discussed a lot about authorized network access. I actually have an old draft about authorized network access that might be useful. So I don't remember the name of that draft, but we might want to look it up. Because it's essentially about an application being able to insert information into a packet that would allow a router that has some authorization function to check whether this packet is actually authorized to send it along. And that was work we did a long time ago for a research partner, and that probably is in some projects now, but that probably needs to be generalized to be more useful.
So on that point, there's a draft that I think I made you aware of, Karsten, but others may not be aware of. I think, Goran, you're aware of it, which is the work, and gosh, it's a monster of a draft. It's the work of Kathy Nichols and Van Jacobson on DEFT. I always mispronounce it, but it's draft Nichols. I think it's draft Nichols IoT Ops DEFT at this point, and it's in the independent submissions queue. And their exact one of their focus is really on authorization. It's authorization to send and authorization to receive. Each packet, they really go down to that level, and it's meant to be a distributed trust model. I'll put my independent submissions hat editor on for a moment. Anybody who wants to review this thing, you're welcome to. I might have to give you chocolate.
I didn't get any chocolate.
You coming? Or if you're going to be here next week, come see me.
I come tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if they have chocolate packages in that size.
Right. Okay.
Christian?
I'm already sorry. Just to be clear.
Yeah, so I think that this is a typical case where we actually need to take a full stack picture. What you just heard was my computer losing VPN access, which is not a good sign, but let's hope things continue. Maybe just my university rebooted their servers. They do that all the time. So we really have to look at the full stack, at the network layer, at things like flash write consumption in the devices and so on, to make sure that we get something that actually makes sense. And of course, the knee-jerk reaction of industry is to say we'll do all this with link layer security, and it's a bit more complicated than that. So Göran, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Okay, and then there is one topic which I don't know anything about. It's the security. I mean, it's like a survey of the work we've done in Core and ACE. Now looking at Marco.
Yeah, and to be fair, again, that was an old idea from Francesca. So
Okay.
Years ago, she noticed, and she wasn't the only one, of course, that there are many building blocks scattered across Core and ACE that you have to put in a certain logical order to show. These are the steps you have to show to fully set up, discover, use secure group communication. So she even thought of an informational draft at some point. That never happened. I have that lifetime clear in mind, life cycle clear in my mind at least, but I've never really written down. For other venues, I prepare some slides here and there, but it's still an open point if you want to have anything written down that explains that life cycle clearly. I see a yes there.
Yeah.
It's a relatively easy thing to write down, at least as a first version, of course.
So I think we are in dire need of roadmap drafts. You may have noticed that recently a revised version of TCP was published. TCP is no longer RFC 793, it's now RFC 9293. That is the result of a decades old activity for RFC 4000 something that provided a roadmap to the dozen or so TCP drafts that you have to have read before you can lay your hands on a TCP packet. They finally integrated all this stuff, and there is now a TCP draft putting everything together. But that's the easy case, where you have a single protocol that just has all these backpacks on its side. And we have a slightly more difficult case where we have various protocols that can be combined in various ways. And if you don't tell people how these things are meant to be combined, they cannot find out. It's a trapdoor function. So we essentially have to provide this roadmap and at some point. And clearly that's something we could do here. We could do in other working groups. Since it's core and ACE, I think it actually would make more sense to do it here. And of course, there are also other parts of that roadmap we haven't filled yet. So for instance, ACE, the ACE documents are based on a 3-legged stool. And there are others that prefer 4-legged stools. And there's
we come to that.
Pardon me?
Last draft here, last bullet here.
Thank you. Anyway, so I just wanted to mention that the GNAP protocol has recently progressed. I don't remember whether it has been approved or it almost has been approved. So we should be taking a look at GNAP together with OAuth and make sure that we have all the building blocks in place to do this. So yes, my vote would be for doing something in the research group about this roadmap aspect of the survey.
Okay, very good. So that's something to put on the shelf then for Marco and Francesca. See if what and others might be. Maybe Marco, you want to say a few words? How do you want to invite people to contribute here? Want to start, or do you want to say this is next year? Yeah,
I'll bring this back. Well, I'll bring this back to Francesca again. I can surely start sketching something, and yeah, help is welcome. I never thought of the word roadmap. Honestly, it's just I don't know, steps to take towards building something. Yeah, I thought more of life cycle, but let's go for roadmap, whatever.
Okay, next point is again something we don't need to discuss here. It's work which has been progressing very well. I mean, at some point this was a little bit stalled, I suppose. PubSub draft for co-op is pretty old. Or maybe Ari wants to say something here, but just saying that it's going well now, both in core and ACE. So these are progressing well. Ari?
Yes, it's progressing now.
Good. Okay, no more.
You might have seen the newly submitted draft, so it's actually visibly progressing.
Yes, yes. I've seen it. Okay, good. Then we come to topic Carsten mentioned about other ways of structuring the authorization architecture, and that particular draft is parked. The actors draft is parked in ACE, but there's been also some related discussion about how to establish the roles client and resource server in an OAuth or ACE setting. And I think that's been also, I mean, there have been multiple proposals here. I'm not sure that really fits with the actors, which is more like instantaneous authorization, whereas this would be like more like an onboarding type of process, where one proposal using power of attorney and another proposal using more like an onboarding or bootstrapping setting. I just wanted to mention this. I don't know if there is, and then we already have what Carsten mentioned, that there is work going on in GNAP that we should look at. So maybe that's one reason to look at this whole complex of questions, how you get the roles in an ACE ecosystem. And do we have any plans for that, Carsten? Should we have a side meeting on that, or should we pick it up some later stage?
Well, we don't have a plan. We do have a document that we could pick up. So if ACE doesn't want to pick up this document, again, I mean, it was kind of put into a freeze state because we didn't have the energy to complete it, even while it was mostly completed already. So we might want to pick up that document and drive it to completion.
Okay, let's have more offline discussion about this one. Yep. The next slide, which I think is final slide on the topics. So there is, I don't know if this was the draft you were thinking about.
Yes.
That's also, okay, that was the one. Well, so we already mentioned it. Is there any other news regarding this? Or is it just one of the alternative ways of thinking about authorization in lower layers?
is, of course, related to all the discussion about end systems talking to path components. And we probably have to look what has happened there. A lot of has happened. A lot of that has happened since I wrote the original document here. So the whole thing started when I was trying to find a way to get nodes on the network to tell me what fragment sizes would be good for an application to choose. And that then got mired in the plus activity. I don't know if you people remember that thing. And yeah, there are lots of complications about asking end systems to talk to the path. This can be abused in many ways. So not only our own security considerations apply here, but we also need to make sure that we don't get a situation where people are exerting undue control over messages they carry, rent-seeking stuff, network neutrality stuff. Yeah, really the big picture. So we never actually managed to write this up. And Swan was just another approach on the same line, not getting good fragment sizes, but simply authorizing last hop router to wake up a device over radio. You don't want to do that because it reduces the battery lifetime of that device. So you really need to be authorized to send that packet. And that's, of course, something that the non-IP people have solved in some form, and it would be good to be able to solve it on the IP side as well. So, yeah, it looks like we should be reviving this.
I suppose we could bring up this discussion in the context of the firmware update, see if it makes sense there or if it's a separate, something more general.
Yeah, in the firmware update, you would authorize the device that wields lots of power regarding to battery consumption, the device that actually multiplies a packet to a multicast packet. You would want to authorize that to do that in the packet, and you probably want that to do that in a way that doesn't require the multicast router to be part of your application context. So it needs to be separated out in some way, or I mean, you have to run business logic on that router and so on. That doesn't make sense. So that was the underlying idea behind Swan as well.
Okay, good. And then finally on this, I mean, this is as you see, this list from the brainstorming was this short paper by Henk and Thomas Fossati, I think, about trustworthy things. And some people thought that we could do more things in this area. To be honest, I don't know exactly what that would be. And neither Henk nor Thomas is here, I suppose.
Henk actually is here.
Oh, fantastic. So Henk, what is trustworthy things, and is there any standards activity we can do around that? Do you remember the paper?
I'm trying to figure out the mic. I think I did. Hi, John.
Hey,
no, we have only. This is just a driver document. So on the ARM side, Brendan and I are trying to do something to that respect. Brendan has no time at all and is trying to change that. But I think this has to be this what was it called in the trustworthy things realm? It was a characteristic.
Affordable trust.
Yes, exactly. So that is a fundamental principle that can't overburden the thing, of course, but it is basically coming part of relatively famous low power area network hardware. It might be able to create with little to no effort on the device some assertions about the trustworthiness. the way how they are built. At the moment, it's all about isolation and improving that, and that's maybe not the problem here. The problem here may just be the is this in the right state? And the suit report, the kind how ARM hardware already is designed, and I can only refer to that because it's the only example I know. I think it's potentially possible to start something next year that is more tangible here, but again, it depends on when's availability that is really sparse.
Okay. So, but what would be the research or standardization activity here? I mean, do you have any mindset here? I mean, ARM might do some things.
So there's the energy cost, of course, which is Brandon's domain, and then there is the minimal viable authenticity proof that we could do here. I think that's the research part.
So really, we're talking about constrained. What kind of properties we need to have some good metrics for proving.
Yes, exactly.
The property, and what would be that for in a constrained setting?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sounds like a really good topic, I think. So what is your proposal, or do you have an idea of how things could be progressed? Are people invited to join this work?
Yeah, I have to talk to co-authors. That's the process, and I haven't done anything yet. So
okay,
the process has not started yet, I'd say.
Fine. Thanks. Thank you. That's
good.
Thank you.
The general observation is that we have to include trustworthiness as another dimension into our coordinate system. Not only do you want to know about an IoT device, whether that's trustworthy, you actually also want the device to be able to find out that its peers have lost their trustworthiness. So under the concept of authorization, trustworthiness is a pretty important parameter that we have to really figure into all we are doing here. So, I mean, like IETF documents have to have a security consideration section. We should really start thinking about the trustworthiness considerations section attached to all of our documents and discuss how we have actually figured in trustworthiness as an important requirement, or maybe something we don't need to care about because it's happening in a different place.
Sorry, I put my laptop away, but I mean, it's a bit of a. There are some interesting design choices there and considerations. I'm only going to attest to people who I trust, right? So all of a sudden, well, but I'm not, if I don't trust you, if you don't trust me, then maybe you won't attest to me. So there are some chicken and egg problems hiding there.
Secret handshake problem.
Yeah, and then there's also, that's solved a little bit by adding third parties, but then that devolves to a bootstrapping problem, right? And so we've been around this block a little bit, I would say. I don't know where the RATS people are on this. It'd be interesting to hear from them.
Do you have any references, Elliot, to this? I mean, in the constraint setting here, what we can do?
I mean, in the constraint setting, I would say I haven't been thinking about it in terms of constrained or unconstrained, but rather trusted elements versus no trusted elements. And the fact that we're just beginning to get into the world of trusted elements, you start with whatever resources you have, and then you work down. And we haven't even gotten to the point where non-constrained devices can do this well. So we don't have to worry about constrained devices for a while.
Well, I suppose we should, because I mean we should do this in parallel, right? We should start thinking about it.
Well, I guess Lauren, what I would say is you should learn from what they're doing, right? And because there are some unsolved, I think there are some unsolved problems there.
Sure.
And honestly, the logic that goes on in the RATS working group can sometimes be dizzying, as I think Hank can attest.
Yeah, only if you say attest. Because I have no idea what.
I mean, it gets to the point where you have to understand. They have their own. First of all, they have their own vocabulary, which you have to start to learn again, and then you have to figure out, which trust anchors are in play. The fact that you have a trust anchor in the device to begin with from the manufacturer, from the chip manufacturer, already puts you in that already starts moving above, say, the most constrained devices, right? So
Yeah, and I think you mean a root of trust.
right.
I'm so sorry, but this is the problem.
Okay.
The trust anchor is up in the sky because it's an anchor. It's flying somewhere. That's your CA.
Okay, you and I will have a. See, we're already having terminology.
No. We don't. You do.
Okay.
So I think that's really pointing to one of the jobs of a research group, to make sure that the taxonomy is airtight
and not dizzying.
This is, but I have to agree with one thing: when the big things can't even do it right, how should we learn to do it with the more complex? That is the constraint thing.
Well, like that, the point is
it
that
is more complicated to do it well, I think.
The point is that it shouldn't be more complex. And I mean, clearly, sorry, this is guessing and hoping, but for the constraint setting we cannot expect to do it perfect, right? We will do less probably than for the non-constraint setting, but that might also make it simpler. It might make we have some root of trust, I suppose, that we have to assume. Otherwise, this doesn't make any sense. And then what can we think of something simple in that? That's my proposal.
Yeah. So the root of trust, I guess, is actually the smallest problem. How to make it work, and how to endorse it, and how not to use too many third parties. I think that's the issue here. You can't do it without, but maybe when we have already life cycle things that bring things in the field, we could hop on there somehow to solve some of the procedural problems.
And there is this interesting IAB statement that is telling us that we are ruining the internet by using attestation and.
Yeah, but I don't know why my endorsement about you should ruin the internet. I don't know what attestation means.
Yeah, I think people who have worked in this area don't fully understand this IAB statement. But we can take this at another time. It's just an indication that there are there is a need to consider some political factors here as well, together with the technical factors. And of course, any trust infrastructure has those political problems. And so, for instance, it should be very clear that all the statements the IAB made about attestation also apply to certificates. You cannot use a certificate because you're making yourself dependent on root CAs. And I mean, this should be very obvious that certificates cause the end of the internet. And
I think we just transitioned into the political things research.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thanks very much for your attention. Unless there are more comments, my basic question to you is this what we're going to do in SecCore?
So
go ahead.
I would just want to say, right, I hate to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. Again, the business about trust and distributed trust at least bears a reading of Kathy's thoughts on this. Goran's done it already, actually, so there is chocolate waiting for you. So there you have it.
I like more than 70% cacao, if that's okay with you. Sorry.
Okay.
So my question back to the group, then we don't need to, I mean, we're over time now. So I just wanted to ask, is this the way we should do in this activity? Basically, try add new topics, keep track of what the topics are doing, and then present status every once in a while. This could be the default operation. If you don't have any better proposal, we go about like this.
No, I think what you said is good. What we do need to do is merge activities where we find that they're actually working in similar ways. So it's not just adding things to a shopping list, but actually finding out what is the structural element that we actually should be addressing as a research group and getting that addressed.
Like we did today.
Yes.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, good. Then I'm done. Thank you.
So,
before we go, maybe you're on a couple of logistics points on the SecCore work. I think like one would be like, is there a plan or will there be a plan like have more specific working meetings on that, or actually progressing the work, or will it be all done offline? And then second related question, anyone who would be interested to chip in, what's the entry point?
Oh yeah, that was basically the slide I wanted to discuss. What do we do? And so far this has been like more like collect interesting thoughts and bring them up and follow up. Do we want more than that? That's an open question. I'm apparently we didn't have much time the last year to do much more than this. We could have that ambition. Maybe if people are interested, we could definitely try to do more to engage in certain topics. But it seems like, do we need that? Do we need to have separate meetings for that, or wouldn't that be more like content related? That you dive into the topic you're interested.
Well, yeah, at least I mean, based on discussions today, there seems to be a lot of interest and a lot of interesting to address here. But of course, it does depend how much and when people have cycles to spare.
And then they take contact with the person who initiated the work, or so this is more like keeping track. This is a little bit.
Yep.
We don't even need to have a separate name for it, but we happen to have a name for it.
Yep.
Well, I think it's good to have someone being the commissary who looks at this and occasionally does something like you did the last half hour. So having this as an activity is great. But we also need people who write the formative contributions. And I think many of us have been very busy finishing stuff in the last 12 months because so many things had some interesting blockers that have been taken away, and we now can finish things that we didn't have time to do new work. And I'm pretty optimistic that we will be able to do much more new work in the next months to come.
Okay, so just from my side, then I'd say maybe we should have this as an open invite, saying that if you're interested in a particular security topic, either go directly to the chairs or come to me, and I'll try to put you in context with the activities that are ongoing, and then we can bring it up on these meetings.
Thank you for volunteering for that, because that's exactly one thing that I often get. I get mail and people have a security issue, and if I can send them to you, that will be great for me.
Sure, we start there, and I'll say stop then.
Okay, so we are almost 15 minutes behind schedule, and we probably shouldn't reduce the lunch break too much. So let's start again at 13:45. Unfortunately, I cannot type this into this slide right now, which I would do in conference system I use for teaching. So we will start with the secure discovery discussion and pivot over to self-description considerations. And I think we will shorten that second segment a little bit, so we can still have our coffee break at 15:30, and then do the non-IP cluster 16 to 18. Is that fine with you, Elliot?
I think I needed that probably 10, 15 minutes is what I need.
Yeah, plus maybe some discussion.
Yeah.
Maybe quite some discussion.
Talk about it also
Yeah.
this week.
Yes. Good. So see you all at 13:45.
Maybe upgrade in the GitHub.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm getting this. No, this is not. I'm not sick. Okay. I'm just traveling so much and had a very, very awful AC. And then it's like,
So I need to
Okay, Göran.
Okay, your audio does get through.
Okay, I think that's a yes.
Yes, I hear you.
So, Göran, can you hear now?
Yes, now I hear. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Göran, at least.
Okay.
I'll tweak it a bit.
So I hear Ari now, and I heard Rickard, but I don't know if I'm heard. But it doesn't matter. I don't need to talk right now.
Yep. Now it works. Thanks a lot.
Okay. So why do I not see the same slides you do? That is weird. Reload. Okay, that's much better. So this is the room, and I shouldn't hear myself. Yeah, much better. So you can all wave if you want. Okay. So sorry for the small delay. So we are now in the afternoon blocks, and we wanted to start with another view at secure discovery. And the term secure discovery also comes under other names like discovery access control, which is a term that people prefer who already have thought about the thing a little bit, or privacy preserving discovery. That's another term that is maybe more specific than secure discovery, but secure discovery, of course, may be many things. And now I don't have the control, so you will have to hand me the control, or I wouldn't know where to ask. And this is exactly the menu. Yes, you click on that, and then you don't get the button you should have for giving me control. So maybe it's easier if you just relinquish the slides and let me do that again. You're not going to get your picture away because that's your microphone input for the whole session. So how do you actually move this? Yeah, okay, good. So, hello? Oh, it does react. It only takes 5 minutes or so. So discovery has been important for a long time. People have been talking about plug and play, which is a certain form of discovery for 30 plus years. But discovery is even more important for IoT because we need to automate our setup processes. And a number of reasons are usually given for that, such as limited user interfaces in devices, large number of devices. So you have to go from grooming a pet to herding a herd of cattle. And you also have a large number of kinds of devices. So those of you who have like 70 IoT devices at home know that it's hard enough to know how to change the battery and things like that. So what we really want to do is reduce the user involvement. And we want to do this for all the reasons stated, but I think the main reason is that we, and that includes the users themselves, cannot trust the users to do the right thing. They make mistakes. And generally, if there are two paths and one gets the web conference going and the other one doesn't, they are going to choose the one that gets web conference going. And if it's accepting the new European root certificates that will allow them to, yeah, let's not talk about that. Yeah, so, but the point is that putting the user in the loop has a lot of good purposes, but overloading the user with tasks they cannot really do doesn't make sense. So we have to use discovery as a mechanism to reduce the involvement of users. So let's quickly talk about what we want to discover, because that's sometimes focusing on just one aspect, and I'm sure this list is not complete, but we have to keep that in mind. So first of all, a device wants to discover the network, and not just the network, but the right You all know the Christmas problem where everybody's unpacking their presents and switching them on for the first time. And they all attach to the neighbors' networks and nothing works. So the traditional idea of saying we can do discovery at layer 2, and once you are in the right network, everything just falls into place, that doesn't quite work. And of course, there are not just, this doesn't just cause inconvenience, it also causes insecurity. So the device wants to discover the right network. Now, how can it discover the right network? The network needs to say something about itself in a way that the device can make use of that. So that's really then the disclosure problem, because when you go near the home of somebody who has a modern IoT installation, you already find the network that is asking devices to come in. The next thing is when the device is on the network, it wants to find the right application. Now that depends a lot, of course, on who actually takes the initiative. But in the end, the device will need to make its existence known to something. And that something needs to be in the right community again. So it may be a discovery service, a resource directory, it may be some form of data hub. So the device doesn't really do anything then other than publishing its data, for instance, to a PubSub broker, but really needs to find something to join the community that is behind the application or applications. And in the other direction, of course, the application wants to find the device. And when a new temperature sensor is added to your home setup, there may actually be more than one application that wants to talk to that. So it would be good to know that this now exists, again, in your community. And sometimes when you don't have time or information to establish a community, proximity is a fine form of community as well. So for instance, if we wanted to share a document in this meeting, well, this is a hybrid meeting, doesn't quite work, but if this were just a presence meeting, the fact that we are all in one room would provide a great community, which is entirely established by proximity. So it's important to figure in proximity to the discovery process, not just because some discovery mechanisms don't work without proximity, but also because proximity is information that is useful and may have to be relayed to entities that are not part of the community established by proximity. So one device may want to say to some server that that other device is close to it. So it should be authorized to do certain things that other devices wouldn't be. The next wording issue we have is discovery versus search versus name lookup. So in the end, this is all the same. But they differ in focus. They differ in attention. So we usually use the term discovery in a situation where we don't know much. We don't have all the context that is needed to establish something. We may be bootstrapping things, at least for one of the parties. So this is the situation where we say discovery. And then when devices are established in their communities and all the necessary authentication authorization has been done, we might still want to do discovery, but then call it search. So search is a discovery mechanism with a defined criteria. And we all know that there is only one area of discovery that has been thoroughly examined, and that's the search for a printer. So we can read all the literature about that, and the printer, of course, is an IoT device because it has a digital side and a physical side. You can take the paper out of the tray. So it's actually something that should be transferable. Unfortunately, the printer, the service location protocol that is used for printer search is way overdone. So it may not be such a good example. Yeah, this protocol just assumes that if you have IP reachability, you are in the same community, and as a participant in a network with 20,000 users and I don't know, 1,000 printers, I know that that's not necessarily the case. So people are generally printing Bibles on our printers. If you wanted to know what people print on printers, they find they print Bibles. I don't know. The third thing is name lookup. So name lookup is just a search with very, very narrow constraints. But in the end, really, you are doing a search, and then you expect 0 or 1 result. At least if the naming system is good enough to avoid duplicates. Okay, so the important thing is all of these are subject to authorization. So the authorization may be implicit in some form, but we need to think about authorization. And typically, when we look at things like search or name lookup, we conceptualize the authorization or the lack of authorization as a view. So like you can have a database view that only shows you the rows that are of interest for you or that you are authorized to see. Those discovery, search, name lookup processes give you views on what's out there. So you are not seeing the things you are not supposed to see, and you are seeing everything that you are supposed to see. Now, of course, authorization requires authentication. Well, so maybe it's just proximity, but in many cases you do a little bit more than proximity. And because discovery processes are characterized by having little information, it may be difficult to do the right kind of authentication. I think Elliot already mentioned the secure handshake issue, that if 2 people want to talk to each other without knowing each other and without alerting everybody around that they are looking for someone to talk to, for someone specific, you have a secret handshake problem. And that is not, I don't think it's solved in a way that is operationally viable. So maybe we have to find some approximations to the secret handshake. Okay, so there is no security without security objectives. So if we talk about discovery, we have security for discovery, we have to talk about security objectives. Of course, there are some general objectives for discovery, like a device can find the infrastructure and the infrastructure can find the device or something like that. And find in this sentence means learn enough to do something useful. So the discovery process doesn't end with getting an IP address, but then you need to go on. So we usually have these 3 groups of security objectives: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And of course, confidentiality means there is no undesirable disclosure. So an attacker should not learn what it shouldn't learn. Well, that's a very precise statement. Integrity means that the information you discover is actually intact. And the adversary couldn't inject information or spoof the discovery process entirely. And well, there may be different objectives in spoofing things. One is just denial of service, or one is to actually gain further access. And then we have availability, which just means the adversary cannot disrupt the functioning of the system. So on the confidentiality side, we often have privacy requirements. So you shouldn't be able to go into a room and ask the room what are the insulin pumps in this room. That is not acceptable. And there are other privacy requirements such as hiding the existence of expensive gadgets, targets for stealing or other criminal activity. And we know that stable identifiers make things difficult here. So we have other groups talking about that. So one important thing, apart from the usual confidentiality requirements, is that we do not want to disclose things that would increase the attack surface. And the attack surface is an interesting term because it's kind of orthogonal to security. You are not getting less secure if you increase the attack surface. You just increase the probability of being damaged by the insecurity. Okay, so we often fall back to subnetwork or network security to get that. We just hope that nobody switches our Ethernet switches into broadcast mode. Yeah, resource discovery certainly can benefit from a view approach, but then we need to know who is authorized to do what or to see what. Yeah, network discovery, device discovery, I talked about that. So typical things that you may or may not want somebody to know is something is ready for being discovered. So something is sitting there and would really like to be discovered. Something is ready for discovering something else. For instance, I go into the room with my smartphone, and the smartphone sends a few requests to all the known SSIDs of that smartphone and completely trashes any form of unlinkability that way. So yeah, I know it's ready for discovering those 143 networks, and I know who just came in. The third thing you want to hide is a discovery that is actually happening. And that's, of course, particularly hard because there is a traffic analysis problem here. So yeah, these are security objectives, and we always have to be very, very reasonable about what we actually can achieve.
I'm going to try and get my, let's assume I push the button for a moment, okay? Just to go up there. I apologize. Let's be clear that not everything has to be hidden, right? That in a T2T world, it might make sense to hide things, but when you have devices that are meant to be utilities, they're actually intended to be discovered.
Yes.
Right. So when your slides read though a little bit broad is what I'm saying, Karsten. In that, you know,
yes,
it's true that I may not want my Apple Watch to discover your Apple Watch, or vice versa if I don't give appropriate permission, right? But there are other things like the secure aspects of discovery though may include secure bootstrapping, as we've discussed previously, such that you know who's authorized to discover you.
Yeah, so the classical example that we always use is the coffee machine. So you have a coffee machine that gives out coffee. That's its purpose in life. And of course, to do that, people need to be able to find it. So that's exactly your example. But then the person who's running this coffee machine has a number of business relationships with people who run places where you can buy coffee. So if you have a Starbucks subscription, you go to the coffee machine with your coffee cup, which is the other item in the interchange. And the coffee cup talks to the coffee machine and says, "Hi, I'm a Starbucks cup. Can I get coffee from you?" And then the coffee machine says yes, which is wonderful, except now you are disclosing that you have the person who's coming in there is disclosing that they have a Starbucks aligned coffee cup. And also the coffee machine is disclosing that they have a business relationship with Starbucks, which may or may not be a problem. And that's really the whole point here. We don't know whether unintended discovery is a problem.
I think this is actually related to another problem that Ecker's been working on, which is age identification, right? Where I don't really, where I don't really want to disclose to, whoever that I'm making a query in order to go visit some porn site. Is the classic example. Or my daughter might not want it disclosed that she's going to Planned Parenthood in the United States, right? These are, based on age criteria. So how much information is leaked in those cases? But I'm not sure that's a discovery problem. I would like to tease some of this out to see what's discovery, what's authentication, where are third parties helpful in hiding? Where are they detrimental? Where is the game given up already? Right? This is meaty, but it's a big effort. But we should be like, if we look at mechanisms like DPP for network discovery, it's interesting that I think it does. You do give up a little something in DPP, which is that you can be tracked by your by the hash of your public key, right, in DPP. Now, does that tell you anything about the person? Maybe, maybe not, right? I think all it says, unless you can bind that hash of a public key to an individual, somebody can, right? So the enterprise deployment that has the public key can certainly do that.
Yep.
Is the tell in those circumstances sufficient? What I guess I'm getting at is some of this isn't binary. Maybe that's where you were going.
Well, any slide you will see from me is trying to say this isn't binary.
Yeah.
The whole security field has been marred for 40 years by the assumption somebody is either authenticated or they are not authenticated. When they are authenticated, then this is so great that they are authorized to do anything and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And even the latest problem that Hannes dug out that OAuth has was one more of those cases where the entity, the attacker, was authenticated and even authorized, just not for the thing that he should have.
Classic, yeah, absolutely classic, right?
Yeah. So I think it's very important to understand that there are a lot of trade-offs involved as well. So maybe I'm fine with that Starbucks coffee mug, and I'm even wearing a Starbucks T-shirt because I like Starbucks.
Well, but the question is, do you really? So this goes to the classic Eduroam case, right? Do I really need to reveal that I'm a Starbucks coffee mug, or can I merely be a member of a federation that answers a question as to whether or not I can get the coffee? And this is the entire basis of the payment system today, by the way.
Yes. And we have some very interesting monopolies there that can be benign, as in Eduroam, or can be more complicated.
Yeah. Now, I hope you guys don't mind, but I'm going to advertise yet another thing coming out as an independent submission. Mark Nottingham has written a draft, which I think today is called "Avoiding Internet Centralization."
Yeah.
Which goes to the limits of he discusses the limits of federation, but I think an open research topic, to me at least, is what are the optimal numbers of federations in the world. Now, this goes to research that Dan Geer did in the early 2000s with Steve Bellovin, I think, that looked at the optimal number of operating systems in an enterprise, right? Which I think they came up with between 2 and 3 in order to avoid homogeny in terms of risk analysis. This is a slightly different problem, right? In which you want to have sufficient federation, you want to have a sufficiently large federation such that there's a network effect in place so that people join it, where the rules of the federation say that members who might be banks or might be schools or might be businesses, or might be hospitals, or whoever, right? Have to respect certain rules, and that's an aspect of discovery as well.
Well, you just said a number of things which are really important. First of all, there are rules. And it's it's not our job to enforce all the rules.
Right.
The whole point about privacy is to give you rules in a place where technical measures are not enough. And the other thing is the competition between federations. I mean, that's a really fundamental thing. And in Europe, we had this idea of a natural monopoly for telecommunications providers for a long time. I think even the US had that. And we have learned that this is not so great. But having 100 also isn't that great. And you can also see this with web-based taxi companies like Uber and so on. So here we have 3 or 4, I think. Lyft is the one I use. And of course, there's also Uber. So that keeps the Lyft people honest. You know, because they have the competition.
One wonders who keeps Uber honest, but that's another question.
That's probably not possible. But yeah, so there are a lot of business issues, political issues here that play into this. The question is, what is the technical boundary that we can achieve? And what is the point where we actually have to hand over to those non-technical rules? And yeah, we may not always want to go all that way. So what is the cost of pushing the boundary out to a certain extent?
What are the where are the optimalities?
Yeah,
is the way I would put it.
Depends on a benefit function, and that's usually very hard to produce in such a situation. But yes, great, thank you. So yeah, just as a reminder, things that come to mind when we do discovery is we have things like beacons. So a device that is discoverable is telling everyone that this is the case. And even if the beacon were encrypted, it would still tell that there is something being discoverable right there. And the nice thing about a beacon is that a device that is discovering can keep quiet until it finds a beacon that is actually acceptable to it. So the inverse of that is the multicast discovery, or more general, the pull discovery, where the readiness to discovery is obvious, and the things, servers and so on out there waiting to be discovered can wait for the multicast to come in. And then we have rendezvous mechanisms like a directory where we have the two ends talking to the directory. And of course, when you are bootstrapping, you have to discover the directory first and the path to it. Okay, integrity. Yeah. So an adversary should not be able to inject false information or to spoof information. And I think it's important to distinguish two different abuse cases here. One is an abuse case where we DOS the discovery in order for things to, well, either not work or fall back to a possibly less secure situation, which then can be exploited by the attacker to gain further access. Yeah, so integrity requires authentication, of course, but that may be some more premeditated authorization. So that may be a little bit simpler than the disclosure case.
Can I interrupt you again?
Yes.
What occurs to me, two things occur to me in this slide. The first of which is, as we start talking about DOS, I start thinking about network admission.
Yes.
Right. But network admission requires discovery.
Yes.
So, so we have to look at the layers of this too.
Right.
The other thing I was going to mention, sorry to go back to your previous slide, is I don't know if it's in front, but there's a power aspect of this too,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yes, they're very important. Okay. Yeah, so it may be hard to actually define where exactly the boundary of discovery is and where other processes start. So does a resource directory form part of the discovery process, or is it what you use after discovery? Yeah. Availability. Here we have, again, have the situation that an adversary could try to disrupt functioning of the discovery process itself and the things governed by the discovery process. And this is really the completeness of enumeration problem. So if I'm standing in front of 5 coffee shops and someone is parking a big van in front of one of the coffee shops, I'm not going to see that and go to the other 4. Completeness of enumeration is important thing to allow certain processes to complete in an optimal way. And so that's an important goal for an attacker to attack. The other thing is that the adversary really isn't interested in the discovery process at all, but just wants to use the process and the resource used by this process to damage something else. For instance, deplete the batteries of the devices. So that's also something we have to consider, but it's very different because the discovery process needs to be robust in a way that is not easy to get. And of course, the underlying observation is that resource use always should require authorization. And that's not possible when you're in a bootstrapping situation. So, how close can you get to this goal of requiring authorization?
It's even hard after a bootstrapping situation.
Yes, but it's...
But there I think we have a lot more tools at our disposal, right? Because once you are bootstrapped, especially if you're bootstrapped within a network, right, then you have admission control that you can apply. This is again going back to Dan and Kathy's work and MUD and other things along those lines.
Yeah, but things like network access, when you have access to the radio, is still leaves some avenues open for, like, there is some time between when you're listening for a carrier and when you can know that this is an authenticated user.
Yeah. There's always, anytime a transceiver is on, right, then some processing power is going to get used for sure.
Yeah, and that's really what Swan was about, to provide one way to do authorization for something very specific. Wake up on radio. So I just want to put in again here, this is to a large extent an authorization problem. So we cannot just complete authentication and be happy, because we still don't know whether whoever authenticated is authorized to do something, and approaches that require you to revoke authentication when you lose authorization are not very bright. So yeah, choosing the right network. Yeah, here's the question: what possible partial authentication and authorization states can be used to authorize disclosure? And here we have the coffee machine, coffee mug thing again. And what would be really nice is some form of mutual authentication in the sense of group membership verification before anything is disclosed to non-authorized parties. And not what exactly is a non-authorized party here, of course, is difficult, because if that coffee mug is standing in the middle between two coffee machines, how much should the one coffee machine know about the other coffee machine? That may be in the same federation or different federation. Yeah, lots of fun. What we probably need for any real-world scenario is at least some form of multi-layer discovery. So you use, and the word layer here is not an OSI layer. So you use a particular layer of discovery to find parties you can authenticate to. Parties you can set up security relationships with. And based on those security relationships, the parties may be authorized to disclose further information or otherwise help with discovery. So you go from layer n to layer n+1. And of course, we have that in CoAP when we have a device when on core that gives you very little information about the device, which might maybe not be more than just pointed to a resource directory or something. And then you use the resource directory to which you properly authenticate to actually find out more about that device. So that's a tool that we may want to support. And there's one implication of that. When we have self-description techniques that are used in discovery processes, we need to be able to mark information in the self-description as available for a particular state of authorization.
Sorry for not using the buttons here. Okay. I think this is something that FIDO device onboard actually tried to do. And as we're going through this, we should look at, I think it would be good to look at the approach that they took. And Jeff Cooper is the guy to bring in on that discussion. In the case of the multi-layer discovery for FIDO, by the way, the device doesn't even know what it is when it boots. It has to go pick up its firmware before it even knows. And the deployment can't know what that device is until an ownership transfer has occurred, at which point it's allowed to know something.
Yeah, so those life cycle steps I think are also important, because in essence, device changes its identity, and different processes apply to different identities.
And can I just add, I think that's one of the biggest failings of 802.1AR, right? Which is you burn in this identity and you have to expose it at some point to someone for some reason, right? But you can't, there's no defined way to say chain that identity in some way into other certificates other than one LDAV.
Yeah.
And I think that's another area where if they were going to do something in this space where we're talking about the privacy of devices, right? I think comparing AR to FIDO to some sort of other chained approach that, I mean, FIDO is a chained approach. It's the ownership voucher is changed, but there's all sorts of tells that are hidden, I think, there. So it's an interesting way to think about it.
Well, FIDO is a brand, and they have a number of protocols, and I don't know which protocol you're talking
FIDO
about.
device onboard.
Okay.
Specifically.
Yeah. Okay. So I wondered how we can make progress here, and I think what we actually need to write up are use cases. Not in the sense of your classical use case document, but in the sense of challenges where we define a scenario that cannot adequately be addressed by At least the currently deployed mechanisms are the ones we know about. I think having a document that is not called use cases, but is called challenges, would be really useful, because then you would see people come off the woodwork and say, we have a solution to challenge number 3. So that might be a way to push us forward. So we would flesh out the basic ideas that we have, and some of which are on these slides, and try to define a challenge so people have something that they realistically can associate with. And of course, the coffee mug challenge is one example for such a challenge. The second question then, of course, is what is the technology you need to have around to address some of these challenges? But I think we should define those challenges first. And then I think we should also look at high-level models that are out there. So the W3C has rediscovered this great issuer holder verifier thing, which I think we all have been using for a while. But now we have terms that a lot of people think they understand. And in particular, they have managed to understand the difference between a holder and a subject. OAuth has defined 2 really important concepts, which are audience and scope, which are terms that everybody in this space needs to understand. We have a lot of different delegation mechanisms. So the power of attorney stuff, of course, is just yet another delegation proposal. So we would need to understand what are the kinds of delegation that we want to support. And then we have this wonderful RATS terminology. I copied out a figure from the RFC 9334 that you might consider elucidating, or maybe not so. But they have a pretty fine-grained terminology. So there is an attester who tries to prove their trustworthiness. There is an endorser that is really important, because the attester is not a person you can trust, because you are just in the process of evaluating its trust. So you need somebody else you trust, you are willing to trust. And there is something very technical in there, reference value provider. Some of these components have owners which have maybe policies. I think these owners stand in place of policies, but yeah, and in the end, there is a relying party that wants to actually make a decision based on all this mess. So there are business relationships that are not depicted here. So whether a relying party trusts a particular endorser may be influenced by some business relationships or some federations and so on. So I'm not really interested in trying to find the universal formula that describes the entire universe here. That is not going to work. But if you are talking to somebody about a holder or an endorser, both parties should know what they're talking about. And that's something where we can make a little bit progress by actually taking these terms, taking them out of the specific context they have been defined for, and giving them a general meaning that we can use in discussions that are looking forward and not just describing the existing standards.
Karsten, I think that there's probably, as we go through each of these challenges versus technology, I think there are axes that we probably could define. Right, it's a good example is centralized versus distributed, as a case in point. I'm sure there are many other axes. Power expending versus power saving, privacy strict versus being for lack of a better word, an exhibitionist.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, that term will certainly help. If you tell somebody
yeah.
in a decider position what you are trying to sell as exhibitionist, that might work. Yeah. So you are asking for metrics or dimensions or axes where we can put these things so we have a nice Gartner quadrant at the end.
Well, the reason I say that is that when we look at the, I think we have probably I'm going to guess it's probably about a 5-dimensional problem.
5?
Yeah.
Only 5?
I think it can be reduced to 5.
Oh, okay. I'd like to see that drop.
Right. But where one is, I named 3 of the dimensions already, right? And I could probably name another 2 pretty quickly, but where size of the system is also, the size and scalability of the system becomes one of the dimensions. So that's 4, right? I'm not sure how many more we need, but 5 dimensions is a difficult enough problem to solve. So at least laying those dimensions out allows for us to begin to talk about the trade-offs and the relationships between the variables in the system. As I become more chatty, right? Maybe my privacy goes down, but I can get online faster. I can find what I need faster, right? But I might, I might have other limitations that get introduced. So understanding those trade-offs and then applying them across those dimensions, I think would be a very good exercise. And we have classical examples in our customer base. I'm going to speak from a Cisco standpoint now. Okay, that where the thing you want to discover may be very far away, right? The application may be very far away, at which point what communication has to cross what boundaries becomes a question. That's probably your 5th dimension, which is the number of intermediate elements in the system, which is a function maybe of the number of elements in the system. But so it's 4.5 dimensions.
So how do we get this written up?
I'm sorry?
How do we get this written up?
Well, the topic seems ripe. Haven't written anything for T2TRG in a long time. I have to be a little careful because every time I write something, it takes away from the independent submission editor time that I have. But this seems relevant, and if we can get a couple of other people involved, I think the first question is, we even get a presentation on these. The challenges are really related to those dimensions that I'm mentioning, right? And I think if we can maybe at the next interim talk a little bit about what those dimensions are and the properties of those dimensions, and the other dimension that I didn't mention, by the way, was, so here's the 6th, is the layer that the problem is addressing. So there are at least 3 layers and maybe more, or maybe 4 layers even that I can think off the top of my head. Right, you have a physical layer, right? You have L2, L3, L5, if you will. In terms of using CoAP as discovery, for using multicast, resource or multicast resource directory, for instance. So those are immediately right. That's 5 layers right there, and then going back to those other parameters that I mentioned, varying all of those and actually even modeling some of that might be interesting. In a almost, I can imagine them being modeled in a couple of different ways. and not just at a computer science level.
Absolutely. So you propose giving a talk at one of the next interims about that?
Yeah, I think I would say I'll put something together,
Yeah.
but I think it's more of I think I'm not even sure. Maybe this needs to go to something like it might need to go to an academic conference to get thrashed out, to be honest. But having a couple of people to deal with that, right? To say, hey, we do have some discovery issues. Some of these are very well known, right? And there's some very interesting shortcuts in the system when we start to talk about the technology. Having an electrical connection is a massive benefit, right? The air is a real problem. Electrical connection, very nice to have.
Good. So yeah, I'm still looking for people who would be interested in writing up these challenges, which is, I think, orthogonal to what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I'll help out.
Okay.
You know, and I'll even lead a discussion. But I think the end result of this has to. Oh, sorry. I think the end result of this is actually probably we get a paper into someplace, and maybe whether it's SIGCOM or something like that. I think it's a good 13, 14-month exercise. And from a Cisco perspective, as a money grubbing profit entity who only cares about a stock price, I would want to pair up with an academic who doesn't. And who can keep me honest.
Okay. So that was a useful discussion for me. And so going to...
Oh, and it's timely because Matter is hitting all of these problems right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you get for reinventing the wheel.
No, they're not there yet. They haven't really come to terms with all of this dimension of complexity, but now that they're getting into, in the home, it's easy. Easy in the sense that you have a much smaller number of devices, and you have probably physical access to them. In the enterprise, you lose your physical access to these devices as you're trying to discover, and these devices come on, and they you do a build out of an entirely new building. The systems that are built into the building go into discovery mode, quote unquote, for what period of time? Right? And this is something, by the way, that the electrical standards and the building safety standards handle in part. You're not talking to the network as a light bulb. Your light is on if you have power, full brightness, right? As a matter of safety. Okay, but now you want to go and discover this device. Well, okay, light bulbs are easy. They take power, right? The light switches, not so much. So now we look at really low power standards like an Ocean.
Yeah.
Right. An Ocean, so far as I can tell, has bubkas for security in it. But the only security it has is what you mentioned earlier, which is proximity.
Yeah, I think they have something called security, but it's...
It's mainly proximity. They have a little. If Ellie Young were with us, or if Evie were with us, she'd talk about sprinkling the pixie dust. That's not to say it's not a useful protocol.
Yep.
It's just that it has limitations based on just how low power we're talking about and what sort of data path they have. This is another area, but again, I think one of the challenges with this discovery discussion, and this is where the engineer will meet the researcher, and the researcher will want to pound the engineer's head in, is to say we have to scope the problem, right, in terms of what's not discovery. So that an Ocean thing might not really be a discovery problem at that point. It might just be a fundamental protocol limitation.
Yeah, if you don't have power and cannot really remember things that well, then your capabilities are going to be limited.
Sounds like a few of my relatives.
Okay. Yeah, can we close that first segment and move on to self-description security considerations, I think? Well, I had a whole slide with a way forward. So we are collecting challenges, and Elliot is talking to us, and we prepare a paper.
Yeah, and by the way, as we get into that discussion, Carsten, I think you should pull us back into the discovery discussion when we start talking about NIPC and tie-dye.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good. So NIPC is on the slide. And tie-dye, I have no idea why you call that tie-dye.
It's the software that we have on GitHub.
Yeah, but why is it called that way?
Why is it called tie-dye?
Yes.
I don't know. I was wearing a tie-dye shirt. One of my colleagues saw the tie-dye shirt, and we were all arguing over the names. And he said, "Okay, let's, I said, let's just call it tie-dye," and he decided to misspell it. So it's tie-dye misspelled.
Sounds like a good process to come up with a name. How did Flickr get named?
Maybe this note taker needs some spelling.
Tried to point it out. He said, "I like it that way." Okay.
Okay, so do you want to go on security considerations?
Alrighty. So this segment is related to the work we have been working on the SDF, the semantic definition format, and basically there was a looking at the security considerations section. We realized that this is quite different than the usual security considerations that you have for protocols. So it was non-trivial thing to see like, hey, what to put there. And then on that discussion, I'm like, well, it's a lot of relation to the, for example, discovery, what Carsten just presented, and then clearly there's some broader problems here, like or challenges on how do you tackle the security considerations when you're actually describing things instead of just talking about the protocols themselves. So a few questions rose here. So what are those relevant security considerations for data and interaction model description formats, such as SDF? And where to start describing those? And definitely, well, the first step, of course, is that what can we learn from other description formats? And here, one question to the group would be, where should we look? The obvious place where to look was, of course, the Web of Things thing description. Has a lot of commonalities with SDF. But what are the other places? Probably there's something in the Yang world, for example, to take a look at, and what are the others where we haven't quite looked at yet. And then, of course, when you look at somewhere else, what is different here? For example, if you look at the Web of Things thing description, that's very much about the instance information and also with including protocol bindings, URLs and such, how you actually interact with a specific device, which the more generic description formats necessarily don't have, but may eventually have in order to be able to actually go to the instances. So that's a set of questions open looking at right now. But to take the first step on addressing those, I did take a look at the thing descriptions, security considerations, try to map a bit of those considerations, how and if they would apply for SDF and similar description formats. So this slide deck is basically a first step at that and first thoughts, and would like to get your feedback on it. So looking at that, this mainly comes from section 10 in the thing description specification. There's also a more elaborate guidelines document on Web of Things. Didn't have a chance to look at that in detail yet, but that's the next step here. But the set of considerations in there include, for example, the man-in-the-middle attacks through URL rewriting. Since if you only describe the interface and not actually the URLs, it doesn't at least directly apply. However, of course, in SDF, eventually, if we do the mapping to specific protocols, you get in similar challenges as with thing description, then it should be addressed. It doesn't seem to be applying only if you just describe the affordances, not how you actually bind those two protocols. However, the next one is what in the TD spec they call context definition file tampering, and especially when you retrieve from an external source the context. And here the context is that you can, for example, use external vocabulary in your thing description to describe, okay, what are these things all about. And if you change what those meanings are, of course, you will change the meaning of the whole thing description. There is a similar property in SDF. We use this namespaces, so you can actually bring external ontologies also into SDF, or you can, that's one use of the namespaces, but you can also, the other use is where you actually put the definitions on. Putting definitions on another name doesn't seem that risky, but pulling up external ones seems to bear similar considerations as in the TD. And there, in particular, two different mechanisms, referencing. So in SDF, you can reference from definitions from different namespaces, but then also this relations mechanism where you can refer to terms from different ontologies that probably has similar issues that you have in the thing description. So yeah, being mindful on where do you get those external ontologies is definitely something important. The next security consideration was this limiting duration for access to affordances. And here, for example, case that, okay, you can give 1 day access to your home for your guests, and then you don't want them to have access anymore. This again seems to be relevant only when you actually have actual protocol interactions there, not only the description. And it would be very hard to revoke access to the description itself, because, well, you can always store a copy and it's as valid. So revoking access to the description doesn't seem feasible. However, revoking access to actual protocol interactions seems to be important in a very similar way as with thing descriptions. But there, I think we can use the existing and the similar mechanisms. So continuing on the thing description security considerations, the next one was that attacker with access to thing description may use them to identify vulnerable devices and plan attacks on them. And here, of course, the vulnerabilities can be on multiple levels. It could be on a specific protocol or specific security mechanism that are described in TDs but are not described in SDF. So I think those wouldn't apply until, again, we do the protocol mapping. However, just by describing what affordances you have might be enough information to identify a specific device. And therefore, you could infer, okay, this here, therefore it describes this device. These vulnerabilities probably exist in that device. So that maybe is still a very relevant concern, even without the protocol mappings. The next interesting one was this script injection. So there are qualities in SDF that are meant for human consumption. For example, descriptions and labels and titles and such, that you are very likely you will put in some UI component in your UI for human consumption. But if you put their code, yeah, duh. Remember to sanitize stuff before you put a UI component. So this is kind of maybe an obvious thing to do. Perhaps worth highlighting. And I think the following one is maybe even more obvious, that, yeah, even though we use JSON, don't do eval on it. It's a bad idea in general. So yes, it does apply. Do we need to make it explicit here, or can we refer to some other document that takes care of the basics? Alrighty.
Yes, and don't forget to brush your teeth when you go to bed.
We could also add that one. So I guess those two are kind of easy to by referring existing RFCs, but yeah, definitely security considerations.
Yeah, there is. I'm not sure whether that is the script injection thing or it was on the previous slide. TDs use URI templates in interesting ways. TDs use URI templates in interesting ways, and I'm sure there is something interesting waiting there that people could exploit. But I haven't. I'm usually not the one that describes the actual attack. I'm just saying, you know, something is fishy there, and somebody will be able to formulate that attack.
Is left as an exercise.
Yes. But the whole thing about relying on lexical structure of elements and using that for computing something is problematic.
So then should we say something generic here applicable to SDF? I mean, beyond.
Well, in SDF we have tried to avoid doing something like that. I mean, we still have the queries which do something simple based on concatenation. Yeah.
Yes.
But it's not just the memory consumption issue. It's the fact that queries actually expose internals of the URI syntax. So you can combine them in interesting ways. I mean, it's just text concatenation. It's not structural, not anything structural. And we have had that discussion where the hash mark should be when you do a query. And yeah, I think we are less concerned by that, but we of course always have to keep that in mind.
Good. So that's kind of the the last one we already touched upon. So yeah, because we use queries and you may expand them, you may end up in interesting situations, including buffer overflows, but also beyond. That was the set of security considerations. There's still also on privacy side a few, but maybe now good point to pause is that, like, is there something obvious comes to your mind that maybe was wrong in my 5-minute analysis of TD things, or something what might be missing that is on top of your mind already? Like, what would be highly applicable as a security consideration?
Well, somebody should analyze the security components of TD, because to me they seemed rather, well, you can't do a lot with that.
Sorry?
You can't do a lot with that information. You can describe something, but it's not really actionable. But I'm not an expert for TD, and I don't intend to become one.
Alrighty, then there's a few bullets on privacy considerations also in the TD specification. One was again about this context fetching. So again, like because this external context that was described in the security considerations could be tweaked, but just the fact that even though if no one changes, the fact that you retrieve it from external source may disclose information that may not be preferable here. So some discussion in the, I think, the RT dereferenceable IDs document that Karsten and Chris has been working on. That it is relevant here and definitely something we could also consider for SDF. Then there's a whole class of, I think there was 5 different privacy considerations related to having identifiers in the TDs. And this is unique identifiers for instances. Again, don't yet apply to SDF, but as we discussed earlier today, the instance definitions was an obvious next step for SDF. A lot of these things still will need to be taken into consideration. And then finally, personally identifiable information is, of course, between GDPR and all that. So whenever there's a risk that a description is actually describing something of a human being, an individual, or could be linked to a human being, there's additional risks involved. And I guess then the description should be handled accordingly. There's a legal framework and requirements on that. Unless we can somehow identify that one document does not contain PII, but I guess that's also a non-trivial problem to solve. So the default safe approach would be to handle them as they may contain PII.
I mean, there is lots of issues with documents that
Kirsten. Thanks.
There's lots of issues with documents that can contain other documents, other information. I mean, if somebody puts some prohibited content somewhere in there, do you actually contaminate all the devices that have been processing that information? Do you have to delete your log files? And there has been a lot of activity around prohibited content recently, and that's often used as a pretext for actually trying to do something different. So being able to embed prohibited content into documents that are by nature essentially open information creates problems.
Okay, but I think like with this at least we have a start to start putting things in the SDF privacy considerations. Then of course I guess that's the first step we'll be taking with this information. Then the longer term is that like is there something we want to document in the RG at large about like when you do this kind of description format, this kind of work, these are the considerations to take into consideration, meta considerations. Because one thing what we have been discussing earlier that might be worth documenting is experiences on data modeling and data model descriptions and all of that, because there's been often we do these kind of exercises that we start modeling things, and then there's not that much good sources of like, hey, where to look at the learnings so far. So maybe we could document those learnings someday, and this could be one part of that, like security considerations on this kind of work. But that's maybe a longer term target, but short term, the SDF specs security considerations probably should have some of this material.
Yeah, but not the one about not eviling.
Sorry?
Not the one about not doing evil.
Yeah, hopefully we have good references for that already. Okay, so no additional comments here, then I think we're good with that segment. Thanks. What do we have next?
Okay, so we have a number of presentations still out there. Do any one of those pertain to this segment?
Or do we get to go to coffee break early? Need more coffee.
That stuff's just not going to cut it.
Yeah.
Session is over. That's exactly what I told the MeetEcho people that they please should avoid.
Sorry?
Jiran cannot rejoin because the session is over.
Yeah, I had that problem.
The data tracker announcement only allows you to give 5 hours to an interim.
Oh.
And those 5 hours are over.
So if we leave, we don't get back.
Right.
Don't leave.
And what about our French friends?
Yeah, so let's I think this would be a good time to have a break and create another Meet Echo conference and then continue there.
Okay.
Well, I can create a conference on my home conferencing system, of course. It would look a little bit different, but yeah, but let's try to get this going again. So I wouldn't want to cause Jöran to miss some of this. So let's say we actually do an early break, half an hour, and continue at 15:40.
Okay, so we'll set up a new Meet Echo and announce it on the RG list shortly.
That's my plan, yes. I mean, I sent the message to Meet Echo some time ago, but maybe they didn't act on it.
Alrighty.
Are you setting it up or should I?
Let me just quickly look whether they answered anything to that. Oh, they have fixed slide control. So we should be able to pass slides again soon.
And they made the page indication at least grayed out when you're not up. That's a great improvement.
Sorry, mate, what?
When last time we checked on that new interface, page 10 of the 3 thingy was completely gone when you left the window with your mouse. Now it's halfway visible, which means you can take notes in one window and still see which slide people are on.
Overlays by now?
No, still not. And yes, I think I caused the very thing that I asked you to fix on your most recent slides.
I think that's not most recent.
No, the last time I asked you to change anything about your slides, that is in my very own slides.
You just need to change something about the email template, but I don't remember either.
Yeah, they just kind of they do the PDF thing.
So I'm asking, who is it? Alex, to reload the room. So we don't need a new Meet Echo identifier, but the session will go away and come back.
Okay. So if I rejoin with the same URL.
Yes.
Coffee is the thing that keeps me going when I've been driving for longer than anyone should reasonably be driving, but I'm